Hello, everyone. I think it's finally live, right? Oh my gosh. I've been talking to myself for some time, but that's okay. I mean, just getting a good grasp on everything I want to say today. And, yeah, maybe we get a little bit of a better downtrend here. It's the little things. It's the little things. Let's just add a second instead. Right? And how's that look on the 4-hour? Still pretty crazy. What do you do, though? What do you do? Um, One moment. That gave me a heart attack. I must have clicked a button. Did I click a sell? Like, why not? I assure you, I don't want to sell 100 shares here. Um, all right, let me get those back. Day trader, day trader. I don't know. I must have clicked the fucking sell there on accident. You got to pay attention, kids. You don't want to. I had a heart attack. I thought maybe fucking lost the stack. That would have been brutal. It's not 100 shares on 10, whatever, 10, it doesn't matter. But a couple thousand on 10 cents, on 50 cents or something? Like, well, I don't even know what this is. Maybe 1 cent. Not much, but catching it. That's important. Morning, homie. How are you? I was just kind of in the Discord. Talking about how this is super duper bearish, right? We failed our reversal yesterday. And because of that, then the 4-hour or the 1 hour is not going to reclaim. And yeah, it just doesn't look right. We had a lot of work to do today. And the market looks pretty good though. Like everything's holding up, which is decent. What else have I got over here? I guess that can go over here. And then this goes here. Perfect. Yeah, just chilling. I don't have a lot going on. If you were around in the Discord this morning, because GameStop is so slow, right? I had to feed the children, right? I had to feed the children this morning. A couple questions being answered, right? Bright and early. This is 6 a.m. I'm up answering questions, right? Even before that, I was up at 4 a.m. Jesus Christ. We're talking about our entry model on those options because someone had entered them early, so just trying to help them there. And then just a quick little maneuver while we're waiting for market to open. I'm in pretty early, giving this a 655. It goes all the way to 993. Just saying. It went higher than that actually, but that's kind of where I'm taking my sell at. Right? Because it did go a little bit higher up to that 1130, which is pretty cool. But you can't time that. You can't time that. And then I'm talking about those rejection levels, right? Where is it rejecting? 1 and 2. And where did I find them? How? Well, they're right here on the larger time frame, right? See this rejection point, just those liquidity spikes into massive rejections. Those are our levels, right? And we even have a couple more if we wanted to really push it, not go in there, but it might. And then, how did I know all this, right? How did I get in a play that, ran 100% twice in one morning for you guys? Well, it's the volume profile, right? Easy peasy. It's as simple as that. And here's another one, right? We're in this early. Scalp it up. This is at 166. And this is, now at 219, right? So, just be selling. Always be selling. Eventually, you'll run out of shares. But, until then, you're making profits, man. You're making money, right? And then talking about the GameStop stuff, how that's not really coming back around. So that was our morning. Pretty productive. I'm done for the day. This was some accident. I don't know what was going on there. Accidentally clicking something I shouldn't have. And, yeah. I was... So let me get the volume figured out here.
I love you guys.
Isn't that wild?
I love you guys.
And this is my investment. I'm so fucking cooked, dude. I might be in a cult. I don't know. Right?
I love you guys.
So we can take that as what it is. Hey, thanks for hitting the like button. Appreciate that. Yeah, it just... What a life. The squeeze filter, though, right? Yeah, and this too. Bubble, bubble, pop. Bubble, bubble, pop. Ah!
I love you guys.
Isn't that crazy? Like, if you guys want tinfoil, that's it. Oh my God. And here I am on stream saying, you know what? GameStop is bearish on every single time frame. The contradiction and duality of man it's something. That is something for sure. So, man, like, that's too much tuna. Oh my God. That's crazy, man. This is so artistic. I'm buying more shares. I gotta send this to someone. That's funny. I'm so cooked, dude. This is too much. Hey, Maya, what's going on back there? Running some laps? Yeah, you should show them your cat. Hey, maybe they'll like the video then. This is great as well. Did anyone watch the award ceremony? What was it like? Yes, you are the roaring kitty, Maya.
Look at the screen.
That's mine. And
that's what you're going to settle
I
for.
love you
stick
guys.
beside him.
And that's what you're gonna settle for.
Look at the screen.
That's my man.
That's mine. And
And
I'm gonna stick beside him.
that's what you're going to settle
I
for.
love you
I'm gonna stick
guys.
beside him.
Jesus Christ. So it's been a productive morning, right?
It's morning.
This actually got me. I was like, holy shit, look at this. That's spicy. No.
But before
Hilarious. And the crazy thing is, right? So it's like this comes out, and I'm like, okay, that's wild, right? And this isn't real, right? So there's not real. But this is? And then people were like, oh, this can't be real
we go.
because he would never use a meme. It's like, fuck that, he wouldn't. Bro is a meme.
Here's one more thing.
Yeah, just too much. He's literally the Hulk. Look how thick he is. Hey, Maya. I guess Granted's not bought with your own money, though, eh? It's just compensation. Ugh. All right. I mean, that's probably honestly the most interesting thing that's going to happen all day, right? As far as an entry model goes, I'm waiting for a reversal on the 15 minutes. And an invalidation of this order block, but ultimately reclaiming this buy side liquidity. Fuck, that's gonna annoy me. I gotta get that out of here. Maya. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that. Probably don't even need that at this point anymore. Yeah, it can go. So these crossing is 1. Man, I can't even draw that. Boom. This one's 4. This is horrid. That's what you get, though, right? Maya, I need the screen, please. 3 by side. Maya. She goes right in front of my screen. I can't see anything. Yes. Buddy wants some covered calls, so we'll get that. Can we expect a run up into January with the big number of OPECs? I can only imagine something happens in April or May. Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna happen till post OPECs is the thing. I don't know. We'll look at the cold chain, and I could be wrong, but it would appear to me that we get pinned under 25 till the 16th of January, which is only about a month away. So I can share this. Oops. Actually, I'll do all of this. I mean, they're so close, right? This one's a little bit better. 19.3 versus 18.4. I'm pretty risk averse on my covered calls. So I like to sell them above my average. I don't think we clear 26 though. Let's pull up the call chain. And we'll see that call wall I'm talking about. Can we even expect to run up into January with this big of an OPEX? I imagine something happens. Oh, so that's the exact same question. I don't expect one, but I'm always wrong, man. I'm wrong lots. Let me do it in red. This one I'll do in green. But if we move up, we could swing this over. I can understand them relieving some pressure, but looking at the weekly tells me historically not much has happened in January. Except the squeeze, which is post OPEX. And that's the thing is, this big squeeze happens, late January, right? That's after this OPEX. So they're going to clear these obligations and then let it run. Right? So it's like, then after OPEX, I think. I can't guarantee that, but I'm pretty sure, we have these. Jesus. Yeah, that makes sense. That would essentially look like November run-up last year, with earnings call being September 24th. Earnings call turned out to be suboptimal, running starting later. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to take into account, though. Like, this is Babytown Frolics level analysis, I assure you. But let's just take a look at it, right? I'll just go through the weeks here, and like again, it's just so much at 25, even on the 19th. A little bit more interesting on the 26th. No volume there. No volume there. That's the big one. And then these are the good ones to sell because they give you a little bit more time. And then I think we get above 25 and 30 is a resistance. That's April, though. I mean, that's getting out there. We'll see. Market looks really good. It's crazy that the GameStop's not really getting any of that. Bit of a bummer, but it happens, right? So I'll be right back. All right. We are back with our coffee. We have, what is this looking a little bit like could potentially reclaim on the 15-minute, I hope. It's going to take a lot, but the market is strong, right? Like this is all-time highs here. We bounced off it yesterday. So, I don't know. Like, I know the GameStop charts look bearish, but the market is crazy bullish. So I would expect to turn around at some point. It's just, who knows how long it lasts, right? So we could just do our best and hang out and wait. Oh, man. Is it? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I thought this already happened, though. Hello. We've seen the same thing happen when they are closing down Europe, too, in Australia. And third quarters. Okay. Oh, it's not closed even. I thought it did. Yeah, the warrants were expensive. Well, it's not unconnected because we did it during that quarter. And it may not be a one-of because we may do it again. I wasn't right. Everyone else was wrong. Or I wasn't wrong. Everyone else was wrong, right? Sorry. You just can't choose to ignore stuff, though. And we're on an upwards trajectory no matter what. That's we all know that. But the fact of the matter is that these warrants cost money and they took place in this quarter. You don't just get to throw it out. Well, GameStop has never had volume, bud. We haven't had volume in some time. Right, look at the volume histogram. We've not had volume since May, July. It's the last time there was any meaningful volume. We're just bleeding down. That's what you do. You have meaningful volume, and then you bleed down. Then you have meaningful volume, then you bleed down. Then you have meaningful volume, then you'll bleed down. GameStop's not a day trade, dude. This is fucking swing trade city. Long-term investment. Shibuya road call play. GameStop dead, no volume. Get out of here. Most large companies don't have volume. That's what makes the options so juicy. Because no volume equals low derivative price. Wait, so we enjoy a run up into earnings with a strong Q4. Wouldn't the price drop because of the April OPEX? Well, I don't think the April OPEX is really priced in yet at all. I'm more worried about the January OPEX, which we're seeing now. I imagine between January OPEX finishing and April OPEX rolling around, there is a bit of a va-va-voom, which, you know, happens to align with earnings. Yeah, but we are not doing any of that sub 30, right? We ain't selling shit below 30. We also ain't selling shit on low volume. So we'll hang out, you know. But that's fine. We keep busy over here. Obviously, you know, we're trying to focus on GameStop, but you know, I was throwing out some gains this morning for everybody. Right? What's that? Plus 42%. This one went even higher. This Heartbeat one, or the Black Titan, mind you. Yes, we're giving out you know, some lollipops in the Discord this morning for everybody, making sure they're fed, making sure everybody can afford dinner tonight. Right? That's, you know, what we do. 11 million volume yesterday, but today below 2 million. Well, there was not 11 million volume yesterday. Where are you getting 11 million volume from? Fuck, did the liquidity fairy visit you? Steve Cohen popped in. It's like, here's some volume. Just kidding. Hey, maybe we did. Oh, 11.5 million volume yesterday. Wow. And 9 the day before. Really? Fuck, listen to me, Beak. I did not think yesterday had so much volume. Interesting. Maybe we pick it up. I mean, we should. I'm expecting a 6 million volume day, 4.5 to 6. That's technically where I put in GameStop, but there's a lot of profit taking yesterday. That's where that volume is, right? Not all volumes buy volume, even though the price did rebound. But at open, everybody was, you know, taking in contracts, just like this earnings is elevated too. This is an 18 million volume earning, right? And that's on a gap up earning, gap down earning, where people are just taking those profits, 12 million. Yep. That's just earnings volume, right? Because everybody's, you know, closing out their contracts, and then the market makers de-hedging that, and it's just a little bit of volume. Nothing to get excited about because of where we are in the time frame, right? However, you know, if we keep building up, that's fine. But I expect that this volume was just earnings profit taking, and then, you know, they're going to de-hedge that, you know, on the lit market. So I don't think low volume here's, you know, and any of this volume that was above the average, you know, these 8 million days, that was because we were in a bullish trend, right? If you are in a bullish trend, one would expect elevated volume, right? Hedges are being rebalanced. Retail is piling in on longs, etc. Again, you know, 10 million volume is not going to do it. Specifically, if it's 10 million volume on a, like, catalyst day, right? So we must wait. Yeah, again, I just don't think it's relevant to compare, because that 11 million volume on an earnings day is actually, in reality, just another 4 million volume day. It's not good volume. You know, it's still average volume, because on earnings, you're always going to see elevated volume, right? So it's not indifferent to a commonality of its standardized profile. Like, it's just is what it is. Very much in line with, you know, its standard operating guidelines, I guess. You know, like, I think that's on on base or on par. I love the cookies. And yeah, I'm not buying anything down here. Not interested. We've seen GameStop wait to set its reversal signal for 3 weeks in a row. We've watched this and waited and waited and waited, and it's a false reversal signal, and we might even reclaim the 200 a little bit, but then it probably also slaps back down. So maybe at that point, we really want to be looking at the 30-minute chart for clarity, but we're going to see it first on the 15-minute chart, so that's where we watch, right? That is where we watch. And there's all these people out there doing, Fibonacci retracements and saying, oh, this is the bottom, this is where you buy. But that is super duper non-confirmation trading, and it's just not my play style, right? I like to win every time. If I'm buying GameStop on non-confirmation, it's on a serious dip. It's not like this could bleed down for days and days. This could continue to break down. This sell side liquidity, this order block, that's going to be our support, right? Mentioning that here, I believe, or I did not. Uh-oh. Or maybe I did. Yes, I did here. Sharing some good plays for people if they want to just sell calls, but more appropriately, right? You can get into a little bit of a call vertical strategy. I don't know why the call is first. Vertical call, not call vertical, but whatever. Buying to open a call at 192, right? 21, and then selling to open at 25, right? So it's going to net you a little bit of a discount on your 21, right? So if you're bullish on the stock, I think this is good because will we be above 21? Probably, yeah. But will we be below 25? Yeah, I think so too. So this is the smartest way to do that, in my opinion. Yeah, but also could reject. Like consolidation doesn't always mean a reversal. Things consolidate before they sell off more too, right? Specifically on low volume. So and for that reason, I'm not necessarily willing to act ahead of time because that's, what did we gain acting ahead of time last time, right? We could have sure had a little bit of a better entry here, right? Like you could have potentially somehow bought bottom in pre-market, but I doubt it. And, given that makes this true bottom at 20. And we were piling in on confirmation at 2050, So it's like, I would rather wait 50 cents, have that confirmation of a breakout, than get rejected. Because what happens here? What if you bought on non-confirmation here and you're like, okay, it's doing it. And you're like, this is my bar, this one right here, that's where you would be taking it, and you get smashed, right? So waiting for the proper entry model for me is important because it's very easy to be like, oh, it's reversing, it's happening, and it's you got to wait for confirmation, right? So it's not just the EMA reversal with key level, and you could take this, but you got to set your risk and manage that. Which I guess it would have respected your risk, right? Like if this is your candle you're buying on, your risk should be below the reversal, which is here, and that's going to respect, right? But you could wait until you have, because we know this order block was here, and we know that order block is point of rejection. We know we have to invalidate it and then re-enter to have it convert to a breaker block. And what do we have here? We've got the impulsive move, the invalidation of it, and then re-entering into it has it turn into a bullish breaker block, right? So, your entries are in the block here, and this is during trading hours. This is very easy to accomplish, right? And there was, 30 minutes to do so. Not too shabby. You could even, if you really wanted to push it, just use that breaker block as your risk. And then you had a colossal run off of something that you knew was going to do it. what is this, a potential 36-to-1 risk reward. You can't make those trades other places. I assure you, I do this every single day. And because you're entering on confirmation, you get the stop loss to be tighter, right? But your stop loss here has to be a little wider. So you're able to size in heavier on confirmation than you are on non-confirmation because the risk is more, right? So you could try to time bottom, but that's fine. It's just not necessarily my style because we've seen rejections happen. Not all reversal signals set and run. Sometimes it takes a little bit of work to get them there. So we're just chilling. And like last time, this took weeks. We were waiting for the reversal signal, this whole time. And it was like, okay, we just need a key level breakout, reject, couldn't get it, right? And they were converging. But what happened at this conversion after the consolidation? It broke down. It didn't break up and reverse. They're converging. That's great, fantastic. But, without strength, and, here it is again. And then, okay, we get a potential reversal, but we need to pair it with a key level breakout. Rejected, So even those periods where it looks good may not be. Even here's your reversal, rejecting your key level. We gapped above it, which was nice, but at the moment market opened, failed. So at that point, we're like, okay, you know what? This is getting annoying. Let's watch it on the 30-minute chart, and that's going to smooth that out. So we're not getting that false break into a bleed, because now that's just a normal rejection, right? And then, watching it bleed down for another whole week. Where's our reversal signal? Where's our reversal signal? Okay, we get it. We need a key level breakout. Boom, don't get it. Reject down even further. Okay, we got a reversal signal, rejecting our key level. Can't do it. Here's our reversal signal. And then we finally get our key level right here. And that coincides with that order block invalidation. And why did the order block invalidate and convert to a breaker block? Because the key level breakout here. This is where all traders are entering. If you're going to take it, this is it. And then, your stop loss is here in anticipation of this invalidation. And so even then, you're getting in at 2050 instead of 2061. So it's never bad to wait for that really, really good entry model. Because even, all these, big kahunas who are loading ahead of time, right? These big dogs who are understanding what's going to happen. Sure, they're in early, but you still get that immediate chance after to enter on the back of all their hard work, right? So why would I want to do the hard work when I can just wait for them to do it, and then I can profit off of, that fruit of labor? So we're chilling. I guess, it could be sometime. It could be sometime. Now I see other people, oh, this is the most bullish thing I've ever seen. And, these other creators just getting all the views, which is fine. But, we're going to make all the money here instead. So I prefer the latter. I mean, I'd like the views too, to keep me company throughout the process while we do this. But it is what it is, right? Speaking of that, leave a like on the video. It certainly helps. If we can get 100 viewers on stream by the end of December, then we're going to do this full time. If not, we might dial it back, right? Because obviously it's not going to be worth my time hanging out here for 11 people for 4 hours a day, right? That's not going to pay the bills for me. That's not exercising any warrants. It's just not a good return on investment of my time. However, if you guys engage, you share the stream out to your communities, you leave a like, you drop a comment, then the community grows, right? And then I'm going to be here more because it's worth my time. And then we can all, continue this song and dance together, which I definitely think would be worth everyone's time. But again, I'm going to make sure that I am directing my time appropriate as well. So just donating a lot of it this December to see if we can make a run of it. Should be good. Of course, I know a lot of people are dug into their communities and their echo chambers, but, what do you do? What do you do? Pretty down day. People don't really hang out on down days. And I get that. Why would you? Because I'm going to yell about a reversal signal when it happens. Right? And then you just need to pay attention to that. between now and then. Again, it's just a lot of waiting. But last time was a lot of waiting as well, and we capitalized off of that, right? We came out with some really nice positions, up to 140% on one of them, and I would expect something similar again, but we have to be patient. We have to just kind of hang out, watch the charts, remain vigilant, because I know it's very easy to get complacent while you're waiting. GameStop doesn't have a lot of price action, I understand, low volume, but that's okay, right? So we'll just maybe go through some fundamentals, look at some memes, look at the broader market, hang out, have some fun, right? And eventually, we'll have an entry model, which I just showed the last one, where we can, start to size in, right? And then once we have confirmation, increase that size and hopefully make a run of it. And one of these times, because I'm always in based on a, entry model, which is typically a break of structure or market structure shift early on in the run. Unless the stock squeezes overnight while we're sitting bearish here, you're going to be a massive winner. Of course, we have our comments for that. We have our warrants for that. That's fine. But if we happen to have upside option-based derivative exposure and get lucky, yes. And that's what it's about. It's like, just trying to maintain as much upside exposure as you can without overexposing yourself to risk, right? So we don't want to be exposed to this downside, right? We're chilling. We sold the other day perfectly, I may add. And now we need to wait for another entry model, at which point we can scale up that exposure again with little risk, right? So maintaining positive exposure without the risk. And we do that by, getting in appropriately, scaling out, locking our profits. And then if it really wants to go to the moon, we've got still some exposure. But if not, it breaks down for the 100th time. We've protected ourselves. We've made some money so we can come back later and compound that again and again and again. So a lot of chilling. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. We are back, though. Market pulling back. There is a bearish order block, a bearish market structure shift off of this previous sell side liquidity rejection. Trying to reclaim, failing to do so. And now what is this? That's a bearish breaker block, right? So we had a bullish order block here, right? You can see that has broke down here, re-entered it here. That's going to, give it the profile of a breaker block, at which point, one would expect us to retrace probably somewhere here. But again, this is not GameStop, but still good to teach you guys about the things I use, right? We have a bearish fair value gap here as well being created. Maybe we retrace into that and down, but unlikely considering we've got the bearish breaker block right below it. And then, when they're stacking up like that, it should probably increase your conviction of a downside move, right? Like bearish order block, buy side liquidity rejection, bearish market structure shift, bearish fair value gap, bearish order block. Like none of that is good. So, this is going to get absolutely dominated. And how do we know that, right? It's all of these things coming together, right? We don't even need to watch the price. Can you turn your volume up? We'll boost it. How's that? You guys and your volume. This is the guy who needs gains to buy those speakers. Right? We got to make Buddy some money, and then he can get some good speakers. Specifically, this is bearish if we lose the 50, right? But, maybe it finds support here. It could potentially hold on. Again, the market has been bullish all day, and what remains in motion tends to stay in motion. But technically speaking, it could be a dangerous area here. That's better. I'm going to note where it is in my mind, because I'm always turning it down and then up and down and up, and I never really know where it is. All right, maybe we do visit that fair value gap. Heck, maybe this was our bottom and we invalidate our order block and keep going. We'll see. And that's the fun of it, right? Is, adding data to, your understanding, right? The more times that you can see different little setups like this, act a specific way and then follow through, whether it be towards your bias or not, it helps you better approach the next one, right? And then the next one and the next one. So, yeah, just chilling. Maybe I'll turn it up even a little more, and then I'll move the mic away so I don't have to be deep-throating it. Because, it's so close. Excuse me? You should listen to yourself and compare to other videos and music. Yeah, maybe. That quiet, eh? I always opt for less volume, better quality, personally. And I expect everybody else just to be able to turn it up. But, I get it. Not all devices have, super duper volume. Like VLC player, 200% volume. So good, right? Any thoughts on the oil tanker being seized yesterday in the Caribbean? Turning out to be a Russian shadow fleet. That's kind of crazy. And then I was looking at how many of them there are. That's insane. 600 of them worldwide. That is a lot. It's a lot of oil. Meanwhile, oil is still at $60 a barrel. Just chilling. 57, it's down even more today. Put to call ratio is quite high. A lot of people loading up some puts, it would appear. It's kind of crazy. All right, this breaker block is disappearing on us. We're activating this bearish fair value gap now. If we can invalidate it, then it's the order block, and, maybe that becomes a bullish breaker block, right? Just how we were expected to move to the downside. We'll try that again. Really impressive recovery. Honestly, nice liquidity grab too, because there's going to be a lot of stops in this level that they're able to grab. Aside from that, pretty basic day. We're only 1 hour in. I have 3 more hours I have to fill here. That's going to be a lot. That is going to be a lot. Hey, man, I agree. Really? Well, where else do you buy trading cards? StockX? What is StockX? Collectible Christmas on the Squawk Box. Exploding collectible market. Morgan Stanley estimates. That's crazy! Maybe just a little lower. Now it's too hot. Like you guys are like that girl in the porridge or whatever, right? This is crazy. StockX? You're really not going to put GameStop on here? You're going to say StockX instead? Oh, that's a real company? I thought they were just hiding it. Like, you know, Stock Y. Oh, they're still selling shoes. And Lego. And Pokemon cards. PSA graded too. Interesting. There's a lot of shit here. Oh, they sell the Labulus. Interesting. I wonder what the margin's like on those. Labubu, Labulu, Labubu. Nike Dunk set. Hell yeah, dude. For $150. That's crazy. Legos are so expensive. Oh my god. Okay. So is this a company that trades? No. That's got to be a private company then, right? I knew of StockX a decade ago. Sold a lot of it back on the day. Fees were atrocious. Interesting. $3.8 billion? No thanks. You can keep it. You can have your IP, dude. Not interested. This is old. What? So I trade GV sometimes. Valuing the company at more than $3.8 billion. Pretty cool stuff. It's still nice to know, you know, what the people are valuing them at, though. All right, we're going to reject this order block, or we're going to invalidate it. Reclaiming this is pretty strong. Well, they don't call it a Santa rally for nothing. Yeah, that's a lot of money. But you'll see that, right? You'll see private companies get inflated evaluations, and they get the Series A that's just like way more than they should be getting, right? But then they're trapped, right? So to take an inflated evaluation of yourself is tempting because, oh, look, I'm worth so much money, yay! But what that does is allow them to get a head start on attacking you, right? When you're overvalued to begin with, it's easy to sink your fangs into and just start to bleed it down. And then, once pressure has been applied in a downward manner, it is not super easy to overcome, right? So it's not like, oh, they just bleed you down to fair value and leave you alone. It's like, no, by that point, the mechanism is already in play and doing its thing. And it's very dangerous to, I think, have a valuation as a private company who wants to go public. Wow, we've invalidated. Now, what happens when we clear buy side? A massive move to the upside because we have short side stop losses resting just above this level. We also have fresh longs ready to enter. So if we can clear this buy side, then we should get a nice move up. But again, this is a really common area for rejection. Because before the sells capitulate, they're going to double down, right? So any shorts that are about to be, cut out, they're probably going to... Well, first, they probably took profits here, and it's just their runners here. So that's not going to be a red trade for them so much, but they're probably looking to load back in, right? Just like how longs want to load in on the lows, shorts want to load back in on the highs. Yeah, it's called ICT Concepts by Lux Algo. It'll auto draw them for you in real time. But you should still learn what they are, right? You still need to learn what they are and how to interact with them. Or else maybe it could be dangerous. But it's still, I think, super helpful, A, to learn, B, to teach, and C, to be lazy, which, I like to do all those things personally. Being lazy is the big one. Because I go through so many charts a day, it's not like I'm just charting GameStop on a larger time frame. That could be very easy to do, but I'm always jumping around, right? So it's nice to just have them already there when I get there. But we could, we know how to draw this, right? Like we know that this is an order block. We know how to draw the breaker blocks. It's just the body of the candle, right? That's it, of the order block. So nothing too all in. Yeah, I mean, I think an acquisition is probably too much on the note of all in, because an acquisition makes you all in. You're responsible for that company now, which, maybe is fine. Maybe to the best of things, but what's better would just be a stake. GameStop buys 10% of Lalabulu, or what? I don't know. Maybe that's too inflated, but a percentage of a company. Not we're taking the whole thing over. This is ours now, but we've invested in it, right? Like, all right, here it is. So we are clearing the buy side. What are we gonna get? A big va-va-voom. Right, we want to see one of these. Cash is powerful. And you don't have to spend it all in one place, right? Instead of making one acquisition in its entirety, you could take stakes in 3 different companies and diversify. Right? And then that's lowering your risk. They want my money for more than 2 indicators. Those bastards. Hey, man, that's why you got me, though, right? You could be like, hey, what do you see here? I got you. Doesn't want to break out. Quiet day here. Nobody's showing up. They're like, man, I hate this place. GameStop sucks. We got to be more provocative, though, I guess. We got to just be selling the hopium to these people. And then simultaneously telling them that it's all wrong. Because I can't be that guy, right? Like, it's one thing to put it up on the thumbnail or the title, but just to fill someone with hope that's probably incorrect. Probably not a great idea, right? Ugh. It'll go. Just take some time. Yeah, anybody into GameStop, I can definitely help take care of them for you. If they're into day trading, you know, I could probably still teach them quite a bit. I do want to make sure that we're focused on GameStop because that's where all the people are. You know, that's where the community is, and I would like to support them too because I've seen what takes place and I can't stand for it. So I'm certain that we could do a better job, and you know, I think we already have been. It just needs to grow and, you know, sustain. So I want to, you know, get that goal of 100 people here, which yesterday we had 25. Today is only 11. That's crazy. Get out, you know, the average viewership up, and you know, just continue help people with GameStop. And you know, maybe we open up just like a trading room in Discord. I think I'm going to split these up, right? I think I'm going to have one chat dedicated to we're rejecting. And if we reject, we don't get it, right? So buy side liquidity holding up here. Maybe on the third try? Because eventually, you know, it kind of forms and then, you know, knocking on heaven's door. Maybe we'll try it again. I think we get it. I can get rid of this. That's not giving anybody any hope. Yeah, I can make the calls, right? I'm a shot caller. We were in SMX at like $8 or something silly. It went to like 500, which, you know, I can't time the tops. You know, I can just scale out along the way, and eventually I'm going to be out of shares and be like, well, I wish I would have held more. And that's the thing. Like, you know, I've got really good practice because I've been doing this for so long. Scaling out, you know, taking my profits. I still fuck it up. Like, you know, this morning, what were we trading this morning? I was out of that way too early. And then what do? Right? Like even here, like, I'm in here, then I'm selling 80% of my position here. And then I'm just like bleeding off that last 20%. Right. And then when we hit up here, I'm like, wow, I wish I had 100% of my position, which I sold, at $1.70 because we're at 220. And it is how it is. Right. So, and then eventually, I'm totally out of shares. Right. And then what? Then you got to wait for a retracement. And here we are. So I've got a lot of practice doing it, and it's still not easy to do. Doesn't mean we don't make profits along the way. We're always making profits, but to get it perfect is just not going to happen. Anyone who claims that they can get it perfect is probably feeding you a bill of goods, but we do our best. You just get a piece of the pie, right? Like I can't always get in at rock bottom and sell at sky high top, but I can get in along that journey for a piece of the pie, right? And then consistently do that. And it's actually a lot easier to do that and far less risk because the bottoms aren't always bottom and the tops sometimes fall off, right? Like sometimes the bottoms fall off, sometimes the tops fall off. So if you're holding all your shares to hit a top and it falls off, it's a really easy way to get burnt, just like loading in on the bottoms. You're loading in on a perceived bottom and then it blows out and, now what, right? So it's really hard to time perfectly. So you just dollar cost average in, right? You buy a little bit, maybe it's 50% of your size and then, you get confirmation and now maybe you're willing to throw in another 40% because, well, I shouldn't really be buying on top of where I bought before. That's not great, but you have the confirmation, so you size up, right? And then maybe things look absolutely perfect and you can try to squeeze with a very small lotto size, but typically at that point you're kind of pulling back profits, right? GameStop's going to fall off a cliff. That's crazy. The market has never been stronger, and GameStop is getting dunked on. Yeah, I mean, to time, like, who knew SMX was going to go that high, right? It was also on its doing something crazy this morning, right? Like, no one knows that. No one can say that, oh, this stock is going to go up 15,000%. It's insane, right? No one knows that, but we're always in so early, right? Like I am in fucking early because I'm online, right? Like I am on the pulse. That's my whole trading style. I'm in early, first minute, second minute, I'm getting after it. Like this had popped in 1 minute and then in minute 2, I'm in it, right? And then, I'm selling at minute 3 and minute 4, minute 6. But sometimes they run for days. And when you're in it so early, you're in it on day 1, and then it goes on, a week-long shred. It's one of those things, like, you don't know that. And to try to, normalize it, to make it commonplace is very, very dangerous, right? So, you got to be taking your profits along the way because, if you're like, oh, everything, goes that high, that you'll never, ever pull profits and get hurt every time. But last chance for a double bottom, you're calling it. Yeah, okay. You want me to draw that out? All aboard? Put a little choo-choo train here for you. All aboard. How's that, bud? Better? Oh, gotta get the smoke on it, though. No. Cloud. Steam? There's no smoke? Dang. I want like the steam or the exhaust from the train. All right, he's calling that his bottom chat. Let's see. Synthetic shorts try to fuck us, but we ain't stupid. Well, we are all actually really dumb. But whatever you want to tell yourself, homie. Self-confidence is important in trading. Don't let me take that away from you. What a dick. I'm sorry. I mean, if we were all really that smart, we'd already be done the race, right? We wouldn't still be racing. However, doesn't mean I'm a quitter, right? I might have been born yesterday, but I stayed up all night. I got a couple more nights in me. All right, we'll get there. And hopefully get a lot of you there as well. Let's check this out on the 15-minute. I can't bear to watch GameStop on the 1-minute chart. It's just so brutal. Let's test that 15-minute order block, the 15-minute sell side. Something tells me that we don't hold it, though. Could be wrong. I thought the same thing post bond gap down, where I was like, okay, this is a double bottom, perfect, and it just shred through it. So I would be more concerned long term on a wider time frame for a $20 double bottom, right? Like if I was really projecting down for a double bottom, it's here. I hate to be that guy. This is an interesting volume imbalance right here. We had a volume imbalance with an impulsive move through. Maybe you revisit the upper band of this. It also aligns here with this liquidity grab. This is an interesting level to me because we have a rejection here creating that volume imbalance, and then a wick, nothing, nothing, a wick, nothing, nothing, impulsive move right through it. So this is a little bit of an inefficiency right here, right? Volume imbalances show an inefficiency in the price movement. So maybe we revisit this area to kind of clear that up. I really don't know. I just know that every single chart pattern is bearish. And I told people that ahead of time. What did we say earlier? This is looking not good on every single time frame. Not a single time frame looks bullish. 1 month all the way to the 15 minutes. Screaming bearishness. And here we are. Right? So we'll get there eventually. I have no doubt of that. But we're going to need to be patient. We're going to wait. And we're going to attack again once we're ready. All right, there's no need to remain in the Coliseum when we're not prepared to fight. All right, we'll take a seat in the stands and just watch. We'll come down for the main event a little later, right? Bust some heads open. But for now, I just want to relax. I know everybody wants to make money every single day, which, again, it's possible. And if you want to generate some income, we can do that for you, right? You just tell me how many shares you have. You tell me your cost basis. Let me know your risk profile. You know, how much risk are you comfortable taking? And I can feed you calls to sell all day long. That's not hard for me to do. And I can, you know, give you options that suit your specific situation, right? No problem. So even though the days are red, you can make some money in the short term, sell those calls. You know, I got some stuff in the Discord as well to keep everyone fed if they're hungry, but mostly that's for education purposes, right? Just to teach you how this all works, right? Because it is very much exactly how GameStop works. I can do all of this every day because GameStop taught me how, right? So the original kind of setup that GameStop went through is all I look for every single day. And sometimes you get it. Like we had SMX last couple weeks ago, 15,000%, almost 16,000%. You know, if that's not a short squeeze, I don't know what is, right? Just a massive volume imbalance, market inefficiency, and you take advantage of it. So it's the current day volume to 30-day average volume plus catalyst. So and that's why we like to see GameStop trade with a low average daily volume, because the lower the daily average volume goes, or the daily volume, the lower the daily average will go, right? So if we could trade on sub 5 million volume for a month, which I know kind of sucks, then the average is like super duper low, and we get some form of catalyst, whether it be a provocative Ryan tweet, earnings run up, maybe, I don't know, who knows, right? Some form of bullish catalyst presents itself. And then the catalyst drives fresh volume. In GameStop's case, it was the original short squeeze thesis, right? Kitty came online and he was like, hey, you know, there's this super duper undervalued company, which had GameStop's market cap was itty bitty. The average daily volume on GameStop was non-existent. They were straight up seller boxing that into oblivion, which is super low volume bleed down. So you have low market cap, you have low daily average, and now you have an influx of volume driven by a catalyst, which was A, Kitty, and then B, you know, Burry came on, and then Cohen came on, right? So those are massive catalysts that are going to drive volume to a super duper illiquid stock with preferably a lower market cap, because then it takes less money to move it, right? The inflow of money to move 100 million stock up to 200 million is far less than to move a 1 billion stock to 2 billion, right? And then that's just it. That's the whole thing, right? So you have an illiquid stock, low market cap, low daily average volume. It has a catalyst. In SMX's case, it was the news. They came up and were like, we're going to revolutionize gold. We are verifying gold at a molecular level, you know, from the mine through the refinery to the consumer. Your gold will be verified. Like, this is Nazi gold, this is good gold, or whatever it happened to be. Because obviously not all gold has been mined ethically, etc. And people will pay a premium for that, right? So they're talking about how they're rewriting, you know, basically, whole equity class, which is crazy for a catalyst. At which point you have the low daily average volume, you have an illiquid stock with the catalyst, and it just squeezes. So it is that little paradigm or whatever that I hunt. I look at those things every day. And we did that this morning. We were teaching people that this morning. And that's why it makes me giggle when I log on to Superstonk and they're like, hey, I talked to the FTD fairy, I know exactly when the stock is going to move. Listen to this. And it's like, man, that's crazy as all hell. Because these people could have just spent their time learning how to trade. Why did GameStop move, right? Because I guarantee you the people who are short on GameStop are short on other things, and they are super fucked here. And if you start to super fuck them on those other things, that's not good. So let's put disinformation out and confuse everybody, and it's a goose chase here and it's a goose chase there, but no one ever really learns anything because they're hopping from one stone that means nothing to another stone that means nothing, when they could just learn something super duper simple that would hurt us. So let's, not have that happen. And this is it. Look at the current day volume, 3 million, 4 million. Look at the 30-day average volume, 32 million. You see the discrepancy there? The market cap, itty bitty, 13 million. Woo-wee. That's the whole thing. This is it. The perfect storm. Low market cap, volume imbalance, technical entry model with a news or volume driving catalyst, right? Lots of news will drive volume as a catalyst. You can also get, like, corporate action can drive volume really aggressively. In our case, memes do pretty decent. Yeah, gold has been killing it, which did not hurt the squeeze for SMX. That is another, kind of thing that aligned with it. The duck onesie guy lost me $600 right before Christmas. Yeah, well, that's kind of why I'm here. Because I seen that. That was right when I was coming online, and it was like, holy shit, is this what you've been doing to people this whole time? And I'm sure I could get on board and do that too. I'll open a margin account and sell 30,000 fucking naked calls, right? As I know the stock is going to fall off. Like, oh, the 4-hour PMO reversal, I know this is going to fall off. Like, you know how easy it is to just be that guy? You have to be confident because you could blow your whole life up, right? And someone tried to squeeze him too, which is funny. Someone tried to squeeze the duck, and I'm certain it was Ryan and the gang, which is even funnier because they're like, don't you dare. Because they were doing their thing, selling these covered calls or whatever. Let me go to the 4-hour. Where did that happen? It was the White House, right here. So we had Buddy selling these covered calls, right? In a bearish time before earnings, while they were all hyping it up, post death cross, right? We had a death cross with really gross, and they're selling calls on resistance levels to people, which were paying off. They were like making really good money here, right? But then Ryan squeezed them with one tweet. He fucking saying, I'm going to play Mario Kart with Greg. Boom, get squeezed. Oh my God. But that didn't, I don't think, blow up their accounts. I think they continued to dollar cost average in, and they were winners because, eventually squeezing them out didn't necessarily work in our favor because they just sized in more. We went from 30,000 calls on chain to 80,000 calls on chain. People just unloaded them, whether it was all one entity or not. That's who knows. And it was a good play. It was a really good play for anyone who did it, But the fact is that no one was saying, hey, everybody, we're going to sell 25s. They were saying, hey, everybody, buy 25s. That's brutal because now the bid and ask is, the spread's not as bad. They're getting an optimum fill because you're chasing it. Ay. Dangerous. And I would be on board. And I would say, you know what, you guys are legends. I'm going to learn how to trade from you. But they're doing one thing and saying the opposite. And that is, I think there's a word for that. Isn't that like fraud? Specifically when they're utilizing a group of people to accomplish said task? Pretty sure that's a federal crime. I think a whole bunch of people got charged for that. What was that thing? What do you think Reddit is? Is it a social media platform? And do you think these people act alone, or do you think that there's a group of them doing it together against you guys? This was in 2021. This isn't GameStop related. This is the game they play. This is the exact thing that is taking place currently again. So yes, they got off, but we're threatened with 25 to life in federal prison, right? So, the current administration's probably not looking at these people very aggressively, but I still wouldn't necessarily be one of them. And it's important to know that there are these people out there fucking feeding off you like vampires. Do not kid yourself. It's the reality of the place that we live in. So, be aware of it. And then you can protect your neck, because there are fucking a lot of vampires out there, dude. What do you do? I think Richard Newton was actually a good player, but the duck guy used his charts and image. Well, I think maybe something different there. I don't think any of those people were your friends. I understand a lot of people really idolized Richard, and he was a kind individual. But remember, it's the smile that hides the knife. There's a reason these people are kind and friendly to everyone, because you're their victim and they don't want to scare you away. That's the reality. When the other people are like, go fuck yourself, you're an idiot. Those are probably the people that you should trust more so, because they're willing to give you their upfront opinion rather than the, just constant smile and, oh, I understand that you disagree and, let's continue just to work through this and, whatever it happens to be, you'll see it, you'll notice it. It's one of those things. What do you do? So I'm always super leery of anyone, and as you should be of me, right? It's that simple. Why would I be any different than these other people? Take what I say with a grain of salt, and because first of all, I'm an idiot. I've got straight up learning disabilities, dude. You shouldn't listen to me to begin with. But but if you do choose to, you can also try to think of the opposite things I'm playing. Like, I'm always wanting to play devil's advocate, right? And I do that to myself, and that's just what trade. You're a trader long enough. That's just the reality. Always looking at the opposite, right? So even when you do believe me, look at the opposite, right? And when I say something that's unbelievable, look at the opposite. Always just look at the opposite, and then you yourself can be like, and then make the decision. Should we worry? Probably, yeah. I don't think I'm too kind, though. Am I too kind? If you guys think I'm kind, that's actually awesome, but I don't view myself as a super nice person. I'll tell you when your play is bad. Pretty common. It's just how people, carry themselves too, I guess, right? Like, and, oh, I gotta go check on my dog. 1 minute, I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Finally breaking above that buy side, right? Getting that move we were looking for earlier. Market is so strong. Challenging all-time highs here. Maybe later this afternoon. Santa rally, all but confirmed. What do you gain with helping and sharing with the community that you're trying to grow? Oh, organized liquidity. Easy. It's for my best interest. You know how much money you guys have? So, Super Stonk is responsible for a lot of money, right? There's so many people involved. And, you know, the 100,000 people each have $1,000. Right? Now we can move the chain. But they're addicted to buying out of the money calls, which act as resistance, which make call sellers rich. Now, what I'd like to do is educate everybody to the point where they can actually build the fucking gamma ramp instead of the call wall. It's that simple. And then I can start making more money because now my options don't go 100%. They go 1,000%, right? So I can win more because everybody is shoveling dirt into the appropriate pile or whatever analogy you need. But I need directed liquidity, not, you know, double bottom. Man, you didn't. That's choo-choo's up here. We even make it there. How am I supposed to get to the train when it didn't make it to the station? No, I'm just kidding. But so it's directed liquidity, and you know, then we are all going to win because we're going to get real ramps every quarter, every couple months or whatever. And you know how few of those you need to get rich? It's not a lot. So not only that, but I can also, you know, hopefully grow some ad revenue, you know, because I do a lot of my trading in retirement accounts. So I'm not living off that money. So I still need to feed myself, right? Holy, what a recovery. I knew that guy was full of shit right away. He seemed nice enough. I don't know if he was being used by other people or... It was all just way too suspect for me, though. Been around the block a lot. Like, I used to trade with those guys. I used to trade with these people. Like, I was in, like, you know, talking with them. Raised by literal sharks. So if someone's got a loaded gun out, I could probably be like, hey, that looks like a loaded gun. Don't get hurt. But, yeah, you got to give them benefit of the doubt, right? So they like reached out, and that was my first red flag. It's like, why are you reaching out to me like this? You know, why are you so keen on helping me as an individual? And then they said a bunch of crazy shit, which was a second red flag, right? And then third red flag, I seen the options chain explode, and it was like, well, those aren't, you know, someone's selling these, whether they be naked or like this is a really big group, because who's got 80,000 calls to sell, right? So third red flag. Fourth red flag was, you know, the sell-off, right? It going in the exact opposite way that they had predicted. And then you add all of those red flags together and you say, wow, all right, filing that upstairs. Furthermore, you've seen other profiles participate within that scheme. We've seen some pretty prominent profiles helping push that narrative. And that's how it goes, right? One guy posts a YOLO update. Another guy posts a DD. Another guy posts a little bit of a tinfoil scenario, right? Another guy posts maybe technical analysis. And monkey see, monkey do, because all of these things are coming in front of me in a spot that I look at every day. But are they to benefit me? Right? Be careful of ideas that are not your own. For reals. I cannot emphasize that enough. Are we shaving? We keep the beard. What do you think? I'm feeling fairly homeless these days. What is this? And what is this? We had two things there. 1 and 2. What are these two things? Because it's kind of the whole thing. If you're here to learn something, this is the thing to learn. All right? This is the root of the majority of my success as a trader. Keep it simple, super stonk. That should be the name of my whole brand. Right? Oh, he's a nice guy. Not trim, no. This is an entry model. This is a EMA reversal, pairing it with a key level breakout. So here's our reversal, right? The 21 crossing the 50 right there. And then we're pairing that with a key level breakout, which is the 200 or VWAP, which, you know, basically the same. We'll utilize them both. So reversal plus key level equals entry model, right? You could enter on VWAP. As a trader, this is what we do. This is where you're entering. This is where you're stopping out. If you're risk adverse, you use the order block, but most people are going to use the reversal signal, right? Just pop that stop right below it. Easy. And then you want to get a 1-to-1. That's a trade that people will take over and over again. What's up, homie? I am well. Just kind of watching this reversal signal. Now, on that note, we got to clear this buy side. All right, there's a nasty buy side here. Probably goes up to like here. We have to invalidate this buy side. And when we invalidate it, we get maybe some more expansion because there's going to be short side stop losses just above that area. There's also going to be long buy orders just above this area. And if you can get above that and interact with them, then you're going up because the short side stops are buys and the long side buys are also buys, and buys go up, right? So you could pull up the level 2 order book if you were really interested on watching that unfold in real time to understand the pattern further. I guess I could do that for you. Here's our order book. One sec, let me get that out of there. There we go. So you could watch the buys stack up, right? To see if that's going to come in. Whoops, where'd that go? Again, you mean to be watching level 2 is a little aggressive, but something that we like to do. Because you can see when a stock is going to reject based on the sell volume that comes in, right? The sell volume starts to overweigh the buy volume, right? At the money. And that's sellers taking control of the stock. And just like buyers are taking control right now, eventually sellers will. And, you know, it's just a back and forth that, you know, continues. Now, with that being said, this is the 1 minute chart, so there's not a lot of conviction on that. However, you got to start somewhere. You start on the 1 minute, then you go to the 5 minute, then the 15, right? Then maybe the 30 or 1 hour. And this is that entry model for along, right? That I take every single day. This is it. This is the money maker. I'm sure you could do gap fills or breakouts, right? But this one, far higher percentage to work out, which is nice. Becca took the original Ridger sheet and completely changed, then posted his position and had everyone follow a random made-up sheet. Yeah, I seen how quickly he was editing those boxes. It's like, damn, bro, are you sure that's the right like, man, unless they're just an absolute genius and they're like fucking Xavier. Professor X, where's the stock price go? They told me it would go to $42. They're like, I'm going to delete all my social medias at $42 because I'm going to be buco rich. And I was like, okay, dude. I feel kind of bad. I was kind of rude to the kid in real time, but what do you do? Like, I don't just get lied to and accept it. I think the last thing I kept posting, like, you know, they'd message me, right? And they're kind of trying to get their fangs in, right? And I would just reply with a Ouija board. Someone was like moving the Ouija thing around. Right? And whether or not that was to discredit Newton's spreadsheet is kind of tough, right? Maybe it was like a multi-pronged attack. Like, A, we're going to juice them for covered calls, and B, we're also going to discredit this piece of information that does have validity to it. Because they certainly did that with me. I was willing to look at it. And then I'm not willing to look at it no more. And I wasn't really willing to look at it before, but I said, you know what? Hey, if you can do this based on the thing, show it to me. You know, then I'm going to sit down and learn, you know, because that's what I said. I said, if, you know, your play works out to Buddy, I will give you 10 hours. I offered him 10 hours of my time to sit down one-on-one, and you can teach me the spreadsheet, and then I will master it, and we can take it from there. But, you know, that womp, womp, womp couldn't come through. So here I am not learning it. I'm learning to do everything else that I've always done anyways. And that's the thing, right? It's like, whoops, it's a wild goose chase, in my opinion, and they just want you to participate in the goose chase because then you're not actually doing something important with your time, learning technical entry models, learning what a volume imbalance looks like, or sorry, inefficiency, I guess. It's tough life out there, and there's big players involved in this, right? They don't care if you make $2,000 this month, $3,000, $4,000, $10,000. Like, they need to have their position, which is like multiple millions of dollars, you know, make money. So you're nothing to them, which is a bummer, right? And I just hate to see our community get wrecked over and over again. No mention of GameStop with collectibles booming is crazy, hey?
Love you guys. I love you guys.
That is too much. Beautiful work. Yeah, keep it up, dude. And this is the problem with Super Stonk, man. This is it right there. It's exactly what I wanted to hear. Oh, man, I hope, but I don't fucking think so, dude. But I'll tell you what, if it does turn around, we are going to be in it because we play entry models. We're never not going to be in it, you know? So it's about, you know, dodging downside exposure, and, you know, I hit it when it reverses. I'm back, baby. So it's a lot of just hanging out, which is okay. I mean, every now and then we get a meme. I got to start making my own memes. That's probably the key to my success, is just... It's the memes, baby. I got to start pumping these out. That's so good. You're only giving them 136? Oh, man. Squint attack.
Look at the screen.
No. This guy's on fire. This is the same guy? No way. It is the same guy. Look, that's deadly, dude. I can't follow. I don't really use a lot of Reddit. Do they have any other ones? Oh, they've got other ones. A lot of them are old as hell, though.
Look at the screen.
Oh, I hate AI, though. I hate AI so much. Those are some good memes, though. So we see this on the 1 minute. Let's take a look on the 5 minute. Well, not the 5 month. Settle down. And, well, we haven't had our reversal signal set on the 5 minute yet, right? And then it's going to be 15 minutes. Definitely haven't said anything here, but we're reclaiming that 50, which is a big deal. Probably want to challenge this level. Yeah, and it just looks so bearish on every other time frame. Like, none of this looks good. Every single time frame is bearish. So we got to start somewhere, right? And that is preferably on the 15 minute, but, you know, since we're micromanaging everything, let's look at the 1 minute. I don't technically use the 1 minute, you know, in my day-to-day trading, even though I'm showing you this as the example because that's where it's happening. Because it's going to whip down, you know, it's the 1 minute chart, like on in a liquid stock. There's just no structure here, which is why typically I'm starting on the 15 minute and then I'm making sure it confirms first on the 30 and then we can move out. But for the stream's sake, I guess, you know, we got to be doing something with our time. So why not show you this? Because it's happening in real time, right? It's right in front of our face. And it's something that we didn't really have because we got morning volatility, which is fine. It's hard to really take the 15 minutes after open to kind of forecast your day, right? Like you get a false set all the time. But it's been bearish. No key level, bearish, no key level, bearish, no key level, bearish, but breaks it in the reversal with a key level. So, you know, this is it. Can it hold? We'll have to wait and see. And then if it does hold, you know, we can roll that out to the 5 minute and 15 minute, hopefully to close out the day. Still 2 hours left. The SPY is just trucking along. I assume at one point today it's got to reverse probably into close, but we'll see. I have the original sheet going. I'll let you know if it plays out. It's been spot on if the model always shows suppression. Hits the top of 28. Oh, Buddy's got an alternate profile, chat. Buddy's still here with an alternate profile. I'm just kidding, dude. Am I, though? I'm suspecting you. I'll tell you that straight up. What up, dude? How are these other profiles? People have burners, right? And you think that Duck doesn't have burners to push his objective or his narrative? Oh, yeah, he does. Just like I bet Ryan's got burners. I bet, you know, Kenny's got burners, or like Andrew left, you know? I bet Super Stonk's a far crazier place than any of us are willing to realize. So, a lot of people say, oh, it's bots. I'm sure maybe some of them are, but I bet there's more prominently it's just some, big names with burner accounts. Because nobody wants to, be like, oh, yeah, this is me, right? But on that note, if you can prove to me that it's working, and if you can prove to me it's working for you more than once in a row, I'm willing to watch. I got no FOMO. I don't need to be in your play. I'll gladly watch it from the sidelines while I do my own plays. And then if you're hitting it out of the park, of course I'm going to incorporate it into my own playbook. Why wouldn't I? I'd be a total bozo if I didn't. But first, just like I am proving to all of you every single day that I can hit it out of the park. I know what I'm doing. You're in good hands, right? That's, what a lot of this is just gaining, some form of an authority figure in, your minds as to, it's okay to spend my time here. I'm not wasting it. Maybe there's something I can learn, right? So, yeah, do that for people, prove to them that you know what you're talking about. And then, if they want to follow you, that's its own thing. And if you can help them, I'm sure they'll be super duper grateful, right? Like if you could help me trade more profitable, I would love that, right? That would be fantastic. But until then, I only have confidence in my own thing, right? I'd love to, observe, and if you're calling it out ahead of time, right? Because it's one thing to look at past results, because hindsight is always 20/20, but in real time, right? Like, okay, here's, I've got this projected and I'm taking entry on this contract here because of these things. And, then you can update it as it, is playing out day to day or week to week. And then, provide also an exit. There's got to be an exit. I know GameStop common shares don't have an exit strategy. I get that. But options do expire, unfortunately. And I certainly wouldn't want to hold them to the end, right? But always, who wouldn't want to be a better trader and make more money, right? That's kind of why we're all here. But people need to prove that they're capable of it first. Like, what methodology are you using? How consistent is that methodology? And are you able to execute based upon it, right? So there's, I've got some demands to make for those people. And honestly, I wish them the best of luck, and I hope it works, and I truly hope someone figures it out. But am I going to go dedicate, hours and hours, not even hours, but like, tens and hundreds of hours into mapping this out? Probably not. Not when I already know something that works, consistently well, right? Like, it's tough. Not that my plays are always perfect either, but like, I have a higher degree of certainty within myself than a stranger, right? Unless that stranger is willing to demonstrate to me, time and time again, that's like, hey, look, you can come fish in this river, and woohoo, there's a big fish, and hey, look, I'm going to go catch another fish. Does the cast right in front of me after saying that he's going to catch a fish, and rips in another fish. I'm like, okay, maybe I'll go get my fishing rod, right? So, but before that, I'm not, someone's like standing outside a mud puddle. I think there's fish in here. Man, I'm not participating. And that's the FOMO, right? You just got to dodge the FOMO because they get everybody hyped up, and it's just, I think people are too easy to take advantage of, unfortunately. Not everybody is a contrarian and willing to say, you're full of shit. Like, and Bob says, I got the original sheet going, and, I'll let you know how it plays out. And instead of being, oh, Bob, I'm super grateful for that, I say, yeah, you're full of shit. You're just that guy in another profile. All right, that's brutal. That's so toxic. I apologize. But, that's where my mind went, so I'm going to say it, right? But again, if Buddy can actually, because, maybe he wasn't a bad actor, and maybe he just needed to refine his model, and maybe he just needed some more time, because I know I certainly wasn't a good trader when I started, and it took me a lot of failures to find success, specifically in a model I could replicate over and over again. So you know what? I'm not going to hold anything against anybody. That hurts. Maybe you're not though, right? And I'm not holding it against anybody because if you can come back after being wrong and be like, hey, look, I made some mistakes, figured it out, and then demonstrate moving forward again, I give everybody all the chances they want. But I probably still need to see that work all done beforehand. That's just the reality of it. That's just me protecting myself, right? All right. I mean, that key level looks like it's kind of holding. That's what we want, right? Reversal, key level, breakout, and then just hold it, right? The 200 holding, the 50 holding here, 21 immediately reclaiming. This looks kind of good. Again, we're on the 1 minute chart, so how good can it really look? But we have to start somewhere. We need that reversal signal somewhere, and it's going to be here first. Then we're going to find it on the 5 minute. Just like we found the bearish signal first, right? We had suspected that GameStop was going to retrace based off the 15 minute. And then we're pairing that with the 4-hour PMO crossover. And it's like, oh no, this does look bearish, right? And then the RSI was coming down after a spike as well. And it's like, oh no, right? And then, just the nail in the coffin that earnings was missed a little bit, and down we go. Aside from that, we'll probably continue working on our earnings report spreadsheet, right? We'll get a little bit more time in with that just to try to refine our own model, right? Because I, too, overestimated a little bit, but, these things happen with the unwinding and divestiture of, the Canadian branch, the French branch, I suppose. So we'll need to see things continue to stabilize in future earnings, and there also probably it sounds like there's some continued tailwind into 2026 for that. But eventually, that's all going to be dealt with, and we're going to have even less overhead than we do now, which is going to be good for our revenue margin or just general profit margin. And maybe we get lucky and have an opportunity present itself between now and then that we can maybe direct some cash at for some short-term gains, or potentially thicken the revenue stream, right? Maybe it's, not a stake in a company or something, but maybe it's a new product that we start selling, or, who knows, right? There's lots of uncertainty and potential upside, right? And I think at this point, the potential upsides are really starting to outweigh the potential downsides, right? And that in itself is, it's big news. Because not everybody's going to have that realization at the same time. Everybody has different, risk profiles. And through this, that conviction is set at different points. So what I'm saying is, this is basically turnaround confirmed. There's no more downside that I see. And I see just a bunch of positive upsides. That revelation is going to happen at different times for people based on their risk that they're willing to take, right? And conviction that it will grow from that. So just because we are super bullish on GameStop and we're like, oh man, this is clear as day, how come no one can see this? It's just our risk is maybe a little bit different than someone else's, right? And as, again, this situation does self-correct itself more, that risk is lessened more, which means the realization is going to happen more frequently, community-wide or market-wide, whatever. And that's going to be really good for GameStop, because eventually we're going to do, and I hate to say this because we're not doing a Tesla-style squeeze. We're doing a GameStop-style squeeze, motherfucker. Shut your mouth. But once upon a time, a lot of investors got super duper rich just buying Tesla calls. You didn't have to be good at it. You just would, test Nicole. I'm rich. And that was it. That was the level of skill that you needed. But the market conditions need to be correct for that. And we're not necessarily there yet, but we will get there where it just becomes, super apparent to everyone that GameStop is, a roller coaster moving forward, specifically if they can continue to execute on the turnaround, not just the recovery, right? But, kind of evolve into the behemoth that they'd like to be. Hopefully, with some stakes. We gotta love steaks, sloppy steaks, and maybe not an acquisition. I'm not sold off on that yet, but a day will come where the market agrees that GameStop is, going, at which point you will be so far removed from the point of, oh, I've just had this understanding, and your conviction will be rock solid at that point, because now everybody's finally agreeing with you, something that you've been saying for months or years, right? And you just buy at the money weeklies and you will profit immensely. So just hang out, man. Like, there's plenty of opportunity to come. Like, if you miss an earnings play, who cares? Get the next one. You miss an entry model, who cares? Get the next one. And at a certain point, this whole ship corrects itself to the point where, it's just throwing darts in the dark, and every time it's just going to be winner, winner, winner. And then it becomes about min-maxing those entries. Should I buy an at the money call, or should I buy just out of the money call? And then, what's my runway? Like, how much theta do I want for this specific play? All of them will print regardless, and it's much easier than it is now, but you can get, the difference between, 100% and 300% will be, an at the money, or maybe just a little bit out of the money. But again, we don't want to do that now when it's not good, when things go down days. But eventually, the whole market will agree that GameStop's going to go up, and the GameStop's going to go up a bunch every day. And at that point, that's where we can start to play with out of the money calls. Not right now, not the time, but one day we can, do at the money. We can do just out of the money, not a lot, not when it's at 30 buying 40s, but when it's at 30, instead of buying 30s or 28s, you can buy 32s, right? And then just roll them out until you can't do so anymore. And patiently waiting for that day, right? I was around a little bit during that Tesla time. I wasn't as confident in options during that part of my trading career, but I seen it take place, and I know that the possibility is there just for a disgusting amount of gains, right? Aside from that, we are chilling. We got about hour and 45 minutes left. Long time to sit here and just think about our choices in life. We are kind of respecting that key level, but I want a little more juice out of this one, right? Where are we rejecting? Right where we should be. Yes. Let's see if we can get above that. S&P 500 continues to hoss on it. I think we at least double top all-time high. So I'm wondering if Ryan spoke to Burry, and that's why you get the bubble pop tweet or social media post. What do you think on that? Do you think Burry, the massive fucking bubble pop guy, got to Ryan? And are you guys like, oh yeah, no, the bubble's popping? I honestly don't think so, but I'm not saying it doesn't at some point, but it could be like a ways down the road still. We'll see. And, Ryan mentioned that too in one interview where, people's time horizon may not align with his own. And if your time horizon is 5 years while you wait for a crash, that's vastly different than someone who's like, man, I think it's going to squeeze next month, right? expectations are wildly different. So it could take some time. I think I have to take my laptop back. It just totally freezes up and won't shut off. And the only way I can get it to shut off is if I unplug it and then use the power button. But if I use the power button while it's still plugged in, it just doesn't work. And I even did a system restore on it. It remains, so I think it's like hardware malfunction or something. Try to take it back and get a replacement. Get a Mac. No, I've never had a Mac product. Once in my life, I had an iPod Classic. An 80 gigabyte iPod Classic. That thing was cool. That's my only Apple product ever. This is a Zen book, though. I think that's pretty similar. They both have the word book in it. I think I might be falling victim to some of the maybe marketing technique here. What do you guys think? Built on Linux. Well, if I think I was going to move away from Windows, it would just be just straight up Ubuntu or whatever it is, right? Is that what Linux is called these days? I know they get different names every now and again. I have a Chromebook that I got rid of Google OS and put Linux on. It didn't solve my issue. I was trying to play a Windows game because the Chromebook only has access to the App Store. And I was like, well, this isn't going to work. I couldn't get it to work with Linux either. Plus UI. What is UI? User interface. Many versions of it, yeah. It was like 14 or something. It was years ago, too. Which would be pretty cool if GameStop sold the computer, I'll tell you what. I don't think... Well, the memory shortage probably doesn't help. Fuck. But there's no reason GameStop couldn't be selling their own brand of mini PC. Just a cheap entry model, you know? Nothing crazy, but like something that was capable of like emulating, you know, PS2 and maybe a little bit more than that. Not that they should be pushing emulators, obviously, but just for people, man, just for gamers. Like the gamers will know what to do with it. Don't worry, right? Something that can act as a piracy box as well, right? So you can get the free music and the free TV and the games. Not that they would market that, but it would be able to facilitate those things at, you know, maybe a decent price for people. And those mini PCs that sell do just that, right? They're super duper cheap, and they're able to do enough thanks to, well, I would call it Windows, but personal computer infrastructure, which allows you to access the web, right? We talked about some of our favorite piracy sites a little bit yesterday. I shouldn't mention them too much, but in the Discord, I could maybe give a tutorial. Maybe I'll have a tab in the Discord dedicated to piracy. Arrgh. No, but I mean, there's no need to be sending Spotify $20 a month or Netflix $20 a month or, whatever it happens to be, your Xbox Game Pass, or there's just so many subscription-based services that people use that they could get for free. And it adds up, right? Because now, okay, I've saved on 5 of them, and that's $20 a month, and now that's $100 a month, $1,200 a year. You're not going to take that, right? So I don't know. It's good for people, and there's more GameStop shares for them, right? And they can help exercise their warrants with that cash they're saving now. So, I'm like GameStop. I want to reduce overhead as much as possible. I don't want to be spending money on anything that I don't have to be, right? And I know that's pretty brutal. Piracy is illegal. Don't let me convince you of anything that's bad being good. But if you were comfortable with the risks, I think it's all right. I'm pretty sure Spotify's gonna be okay. Right? I think they'll be okay. You wouldn't steal a car. That's true, I wouldn't. I would snag a Spotify subscription for free, though. I love music, though. Audiobooks? Yeah. I have not listened to an audiobook in some time. I tried listening to the Simularium or whatever, the Lord of the Rings token base work or whatever. I didn't make it very far. I was like, this is so dry. I'm going to die. And I don't really do podcasts anymore. A long time ago, a little bit. Tim Ferriss podcast I used to listen to. It's been some time since I've been in the personal development mindset, which I still think is very good for an individual if they're, looking to do something. But no podcasts for me. No audiobooks. I should read more. I've got some books that I should start attacking. It's just so easy not to read for the day. It's crazy. I'm too busy playing Battlefield and trading GameStop. But, so I think it would be cool if GameStop sold a mini computer. I would even buy one. I'm sure lots of people would. They can make them a limited edition thing, so they sold for even more. I just want more revenue streams. Now, I understand that each project that we undertake is an inherent risk because there's, R&D fees, and then there's manufacturing fees, and, all of these costs that are associated with bringing a new product to launch. But they have just such a good customer base, I feel like, and the power packs are great for that. But a lot of us international people are unable to participate in that because of local gambling regulations, of course. And we like to buy stuff from GameStop too, right? And I'm sure many of us like computers. So what a great thing that you could do. And I don't know, this is one idea because I like a computer, so that's where I go, right? But I'm sure that anyone with their specific interest could make an idea for GameStop, right? But it's pros and cons, and things are expensive right now, right? Like, you're not importing on the cheap. Tariffs are still here. The Supreme Court decision's not out yet, and who knows how they rule. So, eyes on the Costco court case, I guess, as well. I imagine the Supreme Court will rule pre-decision of that case, one would assume, and then will kind of like dictate the decision, I imagine. But, right now tariffs are still here. So, maybe to be expanding into new products that have import fees now associated with them could be less than ideal. But more things. Like if we could get something like the power packs, doesn't have to be digital, doesn't have to be loot box or whatever, but like, just another thing that became pretty popular, right? That would be awesome. So, potential higher high here, right? So we have a market structure shift, which change in the state of delivery, and then, nice high into our trend retracement forming an order block off of our break of structure, which is a higher high. This is classic stuff. This is looking really good. So we just want a little more jelly on these donuts, and we just nailed a 1-to-1 risk-reward trade. And if you can do that and repeat this process, you are a successful trader. Now, I know that doesn't look like much because we're trading GameStop and we went from 21.82 to 21.97, but that's how the big dogs do it. They just have bigger size, so they're not looking for, massive gains. They're just looking to play the current price action, and this is that. So, with that being said, lots of times, what I like to do is sell, if I'm day trading, the majority of my position at a 1-to-1, right? And then if I'm hitting over 50%, I'm winning. And then, I start to scale up more to 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, and I just, keep scaling a percentage of the runners, and, you have less and less each time you scale, but each scale is worth more, and then it, just all compounds while you've still been successfully managing your initial risk. And that's my scale out pattern while I day trade. Now, this does get changed for GameStop. GameStop's quite unique for me. I ain't scaling shit until there's 100 million, 200 million volume. Then we'll talk, right? I got common shares. I'm not doing nothing with them until then. If I'm playing GameStop, I'll use the options chain, right? Because I'm not interested in $2 moves, $5 moves on GameStop with my common shares. But a $2 move on GameStop, if you have, there, we just nailed it. Perfect. If you have options contract, now you're talking 100%. You're talking 200% gains. Like, woohoo! Now we're talking something I'm willing to participate in, because I'm not trading with 10 million GameStop shares or 20,000 GameStop shares, right? I don't have that kind of size available to me to make the 3% that I want to make on my account. But what I can do is take 3% of my account and make 100% on that through the options chain, thereby achieving my total account growth by 3%, right? So just because, I'm not trading my commons like one would with their typical principles, like this, my principles say 1-to-1, this is where we scale, 2-to-1, we scale more. That's how I trade every day, and I stick to those principles. I don't want any variables. I want, things that remain constant. But with GameStop, it is a little different, so there's a disconnect, right, between my methodologies that it honestly does make it difficult for me. And that's why we're trading the options, right, is to try to circumvent that, bypass it, and then, we're still happy, right? Or else we'd be so bored. And GameStop options pay really well, right? They're better than most. So, I mean, that's just literally it. This is my whole trading style. And if you can master this, you can be a successful trader. Boom, reversal signal. And then once we notice the reversal signal, we're like, okay, we need to pair that with a key level breakout, because we see these two lines converging on each other, right? They're getting closer. So we can, kind of forecast that reversal is about to happen, right, ahead of time when we're here. And then all of a sudden, key level breakout 1, key level breakout 2, right? And then we're holding it. The reversal signal absolutely sets, paired with the key level breakout. And then, entry here, entry here, entry here, post reversal while the key level holds. You could also wait for a trend retest. That's a sniper entry, but it doesn't always retest. Sometimes it just goes, right? So you're either getting in here or you're waiting for the trend retest, at which point, your risk is either set at the reversal, which is what I like. But some people who have, a different profile may use the order block, which was here, right? So they might go to that pullback. Yeah, beautiful. And you can apply this anywhere. Like I understand we all love GameStop. That's why we're here. But I do this on every other stock that I trade every day, And this is the money maker. Reversal signal, key level breakout, trend retest, va-va-voom. Then you scale out as you go, right? It's just that simple. So then, without even needing to have any, background in key levels, I can just put up another risk reward and say, okay, now I want 2 on some, I'm going to sell some more here. And that's, again, not what I do with GameStop on my common shares. I want to make that abundantly clear, but this is how people trade successfully. When you go into, trading rooms or trading groups with big dogs, this is what they're doing. So you should be aware of that when you trade. How do I find your Discord link? Nice voice. That's how you greet someone to your... You can click on that and then join my community Discord. It's going to take you here. What did we do in Discord today, chat? Should we do a recap? I've been seeing Jackie do that a lot, so I'm here. This morning, Black Titan Corp. Just a quick maneuver while we wait for market to open. I understand I was in this early, but things move quick. I'm in 1 minute, and then next minute, I'm making the post for everyone. What did that? 655. It went up to 771, and then 993, and then I think, what are we seeing here? What is this? Like 11 something? We hit 1139. Woof. Really aggressive here, right? And talking about how we were able to do that, right? How did I know that we were going to reject this level here, this green line? And how did I know we were going to reject this other green line right here? What? That's crazy. That nailed it twice. Well, we'll break that down, right? We'll kind of teach you about that because we zoom out. We go on to a wider time frame, and then we can see these liquidity rejections, blatant, clear as day, and they're lining up really nicely. Why wouldn't we have another one? Look at these ones over here as well. And then, talking about the volume profile of that, right? Like, why is that moving that way? Well, let's talk about the current day volume versus the 30-day average volume. You see the discrepancy there? And then we're pairing that with an itty-bitty company, which is easy to squeeze. You need less movement to move this parabolically than you would a 130 million cap company or a 1 billion cap company. It takes a lot of money to move $1 billion company. It takes very little money to move a 13 million company. And then we got another one. What are we in this? 153. We're making the post at 166. I can be better at this. But where does it go? 219 from even that delayed entry at 166. You're still banking. And I'm in here, I'm selling, scaling out, doing the appropriate thing, helping other people get used to that, right? Because it's not just taking the entry. It's about taking the profits as well. And it's about managing the risk while you do that. Then just kind of advertising GameStop, talking about how we did not reclaim this level yesterday, and that was super fucking bearish, and we couldn't even reclaim the 15-minute. Super fucking, because, okay, here's our reversal signal, but what didn't we have here? No key level breakout. That's what we just showed you guys on the chart in real time. Here's the reversal. Here's the key level breakout. Here's the fucking rip. Not that hard. Here's the reversal. No key level. No fucking rip. Clear as day. Easy peasy. And then, where are we going forward, moving today? We want that reversal signal to set. One, we want our EMAs to reverse. 2, we have to invalidate this bearish order block. 3, we want to reclaim buy-side liquidity, at which point we'll get expansion up. 4 is our support. And then people are like, I need to play some options, make some money. Don't worry, I got paid data for you. So if you want to be taking some covered calls, base yourself off of this risk profile in the bottom, right? And then if you're looking to maybe do a little bit of a more advanced play, how about a call vertical strategy, right? Where we're buying to open 21s and selling to open 25s. Now, why is that? Well, it's because the call chain, easy peasy. We'll jump over here to OPEX, big day coming out. You see all these 25s? That's a call wall. We're not getting over that. The 20 will also act as support. And again, talking about all of that right here, right? God bless. I probably shouldn't say that. I know a lot of you guys are coming from that stream. Many apologies. Walk with the Lord and the Lord walks with you. Apologies if you guys are religious, but I like to have some fun. GameStop is my god. Let's see you fuck with that. And Ryan is the emissary. This looks really good, right? Can we invalidate that order block though? Let's look at it on the 15. Now that we are actually getting somewhere. This is it, right? This is kind of what we were talking about today. Because we're still in the 15 minute. This is our support. This is number 4. This is the 15-minute chart. That line right here is number 4, right? We're circling that. That's our support. Where did we go to? Fucking that line perfectly. Right to support, baby. Easy. That's hours ago I outlined this. And now we're working on number 1, where we want these EMAs to reverse. And then let's mark out this old order block, which I think might have just invalidated. Let's work on the order block, right? And try to hopefully invalidate this buy side liquidity, reclaim the 200. A lot of work to do still, right? But because we are in early, we're watching the chart. We know what a reversal signal looks like, and we can pair it, with that breakout. And here's our entry model all together. If it does continue to persist, right? Obviously, this can turn back at any time, but if it continues to run, we are in right at the base, right? So now that it's set on the 1 minute, we can probably just look at it on the 5 minute. We have our reversal signal here, right? And then we're pairing it with the key level. So trend retest is anywhere down to the 21 on the 5 minute. We have all the way, and maybe even the 50, right? But typically the 21 is what I like to see if it can't hold the 200. Because sometimes it does, grab liquidity under before it goes, which we've seen on the 1 minute, right? You see how the trend retest briefly broke down VWAP, but still held the moving average. So we expect, that to happen. But it doesn't always. Sometimes things are just that strong that this is your trend retest, right? But we could, leave it some room. So this is really good on the 5 minute. Looks great. There's your reversal signal, your entry model if you were trading on a larger time frame, right? And then, of course, we're going to still aim for these buy sides if we can get there, but we have to clear this first. So that looks good. And then, if that can hold and set, then we're into the 15-minute chart, just taking a bird's eye view on this, zooming out. We need some time, right? And that's why it is a larger time frame, because it takes more time. We have invalidated this order block. That's a breaker block activating here, expanding out, which is really good from that. Again, the same old story. We're going to break through this, set that reversal with a key level. And I think the key level is probably at this point the 200, which one would expect it to reject. And that's just the reality, when you're underneath, it's resistance. When you're above, it's support. So, I would expect, at some point, if we did do really well today, a rejection at 22.30. Of course, if it doesn't, and we want to, maybe it does get through it, and we're thinking it could be a false set, right? Because we did have lots of those false sets on our last entry, right? Where we were on the 15-minute, and the 15-minute here was a false entry. Here, I think it was false as well, and we were kind of getting frustrated with it, right? Where, we had our reversal signal and it looked like we had our key level breakout because pre-market shenanigans, but the moment market opened, we lost our key level, resistance, looked like we might get it again right at market open, but lost it. And it was just kind of like annoying to me because I was like, oh, this is what you need to look for. And then it was rejecting back every time. So smooth it out with the 30-minute. And now you're not getting those key levels with the reversal, right? And again, it's the difference it makes is not a lot, right? So just smoothing it all out if you want on the 30-minute. But I think the 15-minute is fine. And then the 1 hour is where we go, obviously, which is going to need some work. But if we can reclaim 2230, which is that resistance point that we're looking at, then this does look good again, and these EMAs can reverse. And then we're getting the reversal signal on an actual time frame that matters. The 1 hour, the 4 hour, the 1 day, something that's going to result in not... Because when you get a reversal on the 1 minute, you expect that reversal to end on that 1 minute chart. Like it might last 20 minutes, right? So we get the 1 minute reversal, and because we're on such a small time frame, we expect the reversal to be of smaller proportion, I guess, right? But when you get the reversal signal on the 1 hour, now we're running for potentially days, right? You get the reversal signal on the day, and you're running for weeks or potentially months, which is kind of crazy. Hopefully one day, but it's going to take some time, right? And it all starts here, and then if it holds, we zoom out. But because it's on the smaller time frame, we expect it not to hold, and there would be multiples of these, kind of going back and forth before one of them pairs with a larger time frame reversal, right? But that's what you want to do is, set your risk, manage it, and eventually it'll go more than you expected, right? You did a minute in the closet or what? I thought it was supposed to be like 8 minutes or something, isn't it? That game those kids play. Looking good. I mean, SPY, this is it. Like, I don't know. All-time high here, basically. A little bit higher yesterday at 690, but 698.13, 689.70. So it's not even really counting this candle itself. But it's right in this area. This is all-time high for the market as a whole. And I don't know. Is it a double top? Right? A lot of people might be looking for a potential double top on the market. Right? We had a big retracement. This is a double top. Potential reverse head and shoulders is what I see. Do you see what I see? I don't do a lot of trading patterns like that, but clear as day. Here's your shoulder, and here's your head. If you break the neckline in a head and shoulders, you go down and die, but this is a reverse head and shoulders. And if you break that neckline, the double top, then you're going to probably see an extended run. But, probably acting as resistance first. What if we clear it? So if you were bullish on this, you probably wouldn't want to be buying until above it, right? You want to make it work for you. Wait for confirmation, because who cares, if you're in a little bit below, it look like you'd have a better entry here, yes, but you're exposing yourself to potential rejection, right? Which is likely. So wait, make it work for you. Make it move above that line and hold it, and then you can take entry, right? Anything you look for to see if the board could possibly be buying, I think we're in the window. Regardless, I don't know if we get done through view up order. I don't think the board will buy in quantity that is sufficient to care about. Larry's buys are so small. He's just like buying for shareholder confidence. He's like, hey, everybody, I'm still buying a little bit. And I think you'll see that as well. Again, it's not significant. I know everybody's hunting the next bullish catalyst, but I'm not certain that Ryan makes a substantial purchase. Ryan's the only one with the cash to do so. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. Maybe he's got some friends for sure, but I don't think so. And even if they did, they would be small, just dollar cost averaging orders, which is all that we should be doing as well. That's no different than what we should be doing. And I don't think it would move the market significantly if, Larry buys another 500K shares, or I don't know how big Larry's orders are. But I know that he does do them consistently to help instill confidence to the shareholders while simultaneously averaging in his own position, which I think it's more about the shareholder confidence. Honestly, that's what the buys are for me. Because a lot of people look for insider buying, right? So it's just about keeping that metric active, if you will. Like, a lot of traders, they check for that first. They're like, okay, I want to swing this company. Is there insider buying? Right? That's like one of their first questions. It's like, what do the people in the know do? Like, because if, you're tuned into the company, you would obviously know whether you're buying or selling based on its future. Just like we are buying GameStop, right? Some companies, insiders are selling, and you definitely don't want to be buying those. But some insiders are buying, right? And that instills a lot of confidence in people. No, it does not take much. Our 30-day average, 6 million. It's not substantial. So for example, look at the imbalance here. 3 million to 30 million, right? Or 30K, sorry, to 3 million. That's like 100x, right? Math is hard. So can we get 600 million volume? It might take more than we expect. Because when's the last time GameStop had 600 million volume? Not saying it needs all 600 million volume in one day. Oh, it can come in through a week or something, right? But it is a lot of volume that we need. And the reason is because GameStop's market cap is so large. This is a big motherfucker. $10 billion in comparison to 13 million. It takes a lot of money to move GameStop. Even to move it up from 2166 to 2207 is a ton of capital inflow. Like, it's a lot of money. So we need a lot of volume, right? We need a lot of money. We need a lot of volume. And the lower our average gets, the less we will need, right? It's all about relative volume. You can track that, just RV, if you're looking for an indicator. I'll show you my scanner for the day. So, this is what I do every day. I've got my volume scanner up and sorted by trades. But secondary, look at the relative volume. 200, 120, 200. These are the winners today. And what did they do today? Well, plus 40%, plus 110%. This one sucks, but it's probably retraced, right? RDI. I bet it ran earlier. Yeah. So all the volume was this morning. Just squeezed up from 1 to 250, but then died. So we don't like this. There's no entry model here, right? But we take the scanner and then we look for entry model on top of it. I mean, BTTC, something we traded. Rito, something that I was definitely on the pulse for, which is not a great play, but it was a Chinese little squeeze today we did. So yeah, it's that relative volume. This is what it's all about. And the average volume. So this had 182 on only 50 million, right? Oh, but I guess the price difference kind of is what skewed. Either way, it just goes to show you, because it's just market mechanics, the relative volume you need to move a company, this much, right? This is probably coming. Oh, wow. Wow, we should have been continued day trading today. And this is it. This is like, look at this. Current day volume, 6 million, right? Let me double check that, make sure it's right. No, it's not. Current day volume, 50 million. Average 30 day, 2.4. You see the imbalance there? And what does that give you? Just a giant green candle. This is what it's all about. Low daily average, high current day volume. Va-va-voom. Typically, you want a catalyst to drive the volume. Sometimes it's a social media pump. Lots of times, if the company is of Chinese origin, it will be a social media pump. It's the finance bro saying, all right, we can squeeze this. Let's do it. You probably don't want to be involved with that because it's not going to sustain. Where if you have a catalyst with something that's driving the volume, something real, corporate catalyst, a press release, something like this that is causing real buying, not some bro alerting it in his Discord and saying, hey, everybody, this is it. Because you'll get volume that way too. There's a lot of traders out there hunting plays. And those were those things you'll see it pop and just die. You don't like a good example. The Rito is a perfect example. Right, so, you can squeeze this, sure. There's a little movement in the morning and, reversal signal, key level breakout. Take this at 260, 270, and you crush it to 350. That's a really good play. Fantastic. But where does it end up? Nowhere good, right? So there's no catalyst here other than people saying, hey, look what I can do. My bad. I may or may not have been responsible for that this morning. Don't tell anyone. Patiently waiting for Bury, Kitty, or RC, or a new player to do something. Yeah, that will definitely drive some volume. Bury's little publicity stunt here I'm interested in. That could potentially drive volume. And that's a big player driving volume, just like Kitty or Ryan. The thing about Kitty is he keeps his fucking mouth shut. The thing about Ryan, keeps his mouth shut. Bury, he's going to type it out. He's going to let you know all about it. No stone left unturned with that dude. So that's going to be really good because sometimes the hush-hush doesn't focus the algorithms. All these trading funds have their high-frequency traders. They're going, right? And, they're set up to be auto-parsing news in real time. And they're fucking fast at it. And that's where you have the news hit the PR. And I'm reading the news in real time the second it hits, and the bar is already just being bought up. People aren't that fast. I'm literally as fast as you can be, and I'm being beaten every day. It's crazy. Even with hotkeys, So there's definitely algorithmic. I'm not even gonna try. It's been a long day. Have another coffee, dude. Algorithmic. There we go. Trading at that's reading the news, right? So and the press releases, right? And the tweets. It's everything. It's monitoring social media at large, and how that algorithm interprets a tweet, it will be far less impactful than how it interprets a fucking thesis. Bury's in depth. Check this out. So I'm pretty excited for that, honestly. To check it out, to see the effect on the market, and I guess whether it's it's tangible and something that we can implement that will help. I assume it will be, but curious. Color me curious, right? So definitely an upcoming bullish catalyst this month. He said this December, and TikTok, right? I don't think he'd wait till Christmas, or maybe that's our Christmas present. That could be too. I'd be fine with that. And at the end of the day, I'm fine with anything because I can play the stock successfully without any of that. And then if any of that happens to come our way, it just exacerbates our current skill set in a positive fashion, right? you know, instead of a regular reversal model, you get a tweet reversal model. And what have I done? Well, I have messed that up. I think we were down here with this, though. I don't even know. That's crazy, my exit. It wants to work? Why am I have no idea anymore. Anyways, there was an entry model there. Likely reversal here, or rejection back down. But one thing that I've not said today that we can talk about is when the 200 crosses VWAP, right? We have our red line. This is a little bit more rare. The red line crossing the white line. That signifies afternoon continuation in a play, right? If there's a play, you know, that can come back from, typically it's a morning pop, not a yesterday pop, but the same thing, right? Just like we wait for the reversal signal on the 2 EMAs here, we also like to see afterwards the 200 cross VWAP for continuation on this entry, right? So this looks good, specifically if the 50 can hold. Chat disconnected. Am I still here? Yes, I think. Connect to the internet. Oh, maybe I'm not. You're offline. Check your connection. Really? It says I have no internet connection. I definitely do. Hi. Yes. Weird. I'm back. Did I cut out or was that all in my head? I think we're still here though. I'm pretty sure. It's nice that we've been able to find some structure to talk about today on GameStop. That's awesome. I'm super grateful for that. It's not something that we can always do, right? Sometimes it literally is just trading sideways. So it all starts somewhere. And I was super bearish to begin the day, right? It was looking absolutely destructive. But that's got to end somewhere. And if it can end right now, I'm super happy with that. We're going to wait. Obviously, the 1 minute's not what we're looking for, but maybe we find an entry model on the 15-minute this week, maybe next week, going into Christmas. Like, if we can have a 15 minutes and specifically the 30-minute, once we have, you know, kind of that smooth information, I'll hunt a play. I'll get you guys a Christmas play if I can. I didn't get the bottom, but I did pick up 200 shares at 21.65. Yeah, you're never going to get it perfect. And even if you do, it'll probably just be once. And how are you going to get it there again? So that's why even care about it? Just dollar cost average, right? Your message got deleted. That's crazy. I seen that. I even read it out loud and then it disappeared. Checks internet connection one more time. Yeah, still here. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. What time is it? Should we have another coffee? It's 1 o'clock. Only 1 hour left? I feel like I must have had another coffee because those last 2 hours just flew by. Oh my gosh. How's the stonk doing today? Do. This is crazy. And then you're feeling good about 21.65 and it drops down to 19.96. Yeah, that's okay. The thing is, it's like, you're not selling for negative 10% or 10% gains, right? You're not selling your GameStop for 10% gains. So why would you really be worried about negative 10%, right? Well, we don't really know. It does look bearish across the board. However, if I had to really guess, it's the choo-choo line all aboard. Right? We have this localized sell-side liquidity, which we did duck into this morning again. As long as this can hold, this is it. But if this breaks down, then, oh my, oh me. I don't even want to talk about that. Then we're back here, right? Then we're looking at that $20 mark again, 21, 20 to 20. But for now, this could be it. So as long as this holds, unlikely, but it's it's got to reverse at some point, right? So currently respecting the 2160 area down to 2135, which is our local sell side liquidity, which is the earnings drop down basically. So the thing is, there's going to be a lot of longs here. And because there's a lot of longs here, there's going to be a lot of long stop losses, right? Just below the sell side liquidity, right? Like anyone buying right here is putting their stop loss right below it, right? And then on that note, there's going to be a lot of short limit orders, right? Or sell limit orders here, where shorts will enter on weakness. They're saying, okay, this broke down. I'm going to go short on it, which is appropriate. So A, you're having longs close, which is a sell. B, you're having shorts open, which is a sell. And that's going to give you a movement downwards from that. So this is why we need to hold that. If we don't, it could definitely work its way down. I've always liked the 2155 ever since post earnings. After hours movement, the stock has stayed there for like 40 minutes straight. Yes, but we all know how that worked out with the bonds, right? We had the bonds gap down and then just trade sideways and couldn't ever lose that level. And we did. We lost that level and got absolutely smashed. So supports don't always hold, right? Supports break down just like resistances sometimes break up, right? Like we want to challenge this resistance, and not all resistances break down, right? Some of them do break up and you get a reversal, just like some of the supports don't always bounce up. They will break down. Not anything's a sure thing, but you can it's about managing your risk based upon the available knowledge. Of course, anything could happen in the future, but based on what has happened and is currently happening, we can manage our risk, right? The market has a bearish formation kind of coming here, and let's see if we really lose the 50, because last time we looked like we were going to lose it and then immediately reclaimed it, right? So it's kind of acting definitely as a support. We could probably smooth that out on the 5-minute chart, of course, but is it finally going to lose its structure here? I really like that options play we gave out today. This is a nice one. This is deadly. I like this quite a bit. It's neutral trend. You're betting against the market. Must make it a good deal. It's at the cheap, that means. Not even, they can't even say that GameStop's in a bearish trend. They're like, it's in a neutral trend. One day it'll come around and they'll be like, okay, it's bullish. We admit it, you're right. Until now, we're not willing to admit it. It's just neutral. And, you know, honestly, as far as the technicals look, that's not incorrect. As far as the fundamentals look, it's not incorrect. The thing is, if GameStop didn't do such a good job right now, or in the past, that right now they'd be getting slaughtered. GameStop would be straight up AMCing themselves, you know? Which is terrible to think about. All-time lows. Can you imagine we're back at $3? I guess it'd be even less than that because we split. Oh! Less than $1 or something. It wouldn't be good, you know? So the fact that I know everybody's like, oh, we want, you know, the stock to squeeze because we turned the company around and look how well we're doing on the balance sheet. But in reality, every other company who didn't do that is getting fucking murdered. Like, they're getting slaughtered right now. But not GameStop. GameStop's neutral. We are bearing or withholding the storm. And that's something that I assume that we will continue to do as we've trimmed the overhead down. You know, those operating liabilities, current and non-current, have just been shredded, like these other companies have been. And and then our net income, you know, we're holding the line, and we're making as much money and a little bit more than we used to, with far less overhead or cost to do so. And that's what allows us to weather the storm, right? That keeps us from hitting all-time lows like everybody else who's not doing so. And, you know, it's when we come out of that market condition of suppression that, you know, I understand, the S&P's at all-time highs. Some things are more cyclical than that. Like, you know, they're currently hunting poor companies. Like, so, you know, even though they're propping up strong companies, they still hunt weak companies. Just because one thing's or the general market's at all-time highs doesn't mean, you know, everything is, right? Obviously, Target and Walmart, GameStop, you know, I don't even know. I don't even look. What is Target? I guess it's like one of their competitors, right? Gapping up this morning one day. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, look at this. This is the difference. Target is getting fucking obliterated. Boom. Brutal, dude. That is not good. You know, very, very bad trend line here. This does not look good. Walmart. Walmart's doing really good. Walmart is fucking withholding the storm as well. I don't really track Walmart a lot. But. And then Best Buy. Also kind of getting hurt, but I don't know. Doing better than Target for sure. I don't know really who's GameStop's competitors are. It's so hard to, like, who's selling Pokemon cards, right? I have no idea who's selling collectibles as like a traded company. I got to figure that out. And that might not be a problem. Not having any competitors. So that's the thing, right? So everybody's going to see, oh, collectibles are up, you know, 1 billion% on the year. And, you know, there's this whole big thing. How do we as an institution get involved in that? Well, the only person doing it's GameStop. I guess we have to go long on them, right? Or else it's, you know, private, you know, Series A or whatever. But, yeah, I mean, that is not a bad situation to be in, that there are no direct competitors, right? Who else is hustling Pokemon cards like that, that large institutions can direct money towards, right? Maybe not a bad problem. We'll get rid of this. You guys remember this now? The reversal signal? EMA's crossing. Key level breakout. Pair it with a trend retest if you really want confirmation. Easy peasy. Oh, I guess AMC's probably split as stuff too, so the price point that I'm seeing is maybe not as relevant. The chart still is, though. It's still all-time low on the chart, so that doesn't matter. SPY finally looking like it wants to lose this level. Ugh. Hi, Maya. Meow. You're a cute kitty. I'm going to go grab a snack. I'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Make sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, join the community Discord, and hello. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. I am back with a coffee, which means we're going to finish strong, baby. Let's go. Make sure to leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe to the channel, but most importantly, kick back and enjoy yourselves. I haven't even had the coffee yet. Simply the thought gets me revved up. Yeah, that's good. As a young person, I used to make fun of people drinking coffee. Oh, how's your bean water? How's your bean water doing? I don't care what people call it. I will drink it all day. Dirty bean water me, please. Two dirty bean waters. Coffee is life. Once you kind of get into your mid-30s there, right? So we will not stop. I've been trying to drink less, but at the same time, every day just drinking more. Might want to keep an eye on that, but here we are. We've got 40 minutes left. That's not bad. Let's enjoy our coffee, and then we're going to film our wrap-up video. If you have anything that you think that we should talk about, please do not hesitate. Drop it in the chat. I'll add it to the list, and we will talk about everything that we covered today. Let's get some tabs up from Super Stonk. It's always good to outsource some information. This I love. Open a new tab. This I also love. Open a new tab. The triangle, I'm not sold. I'm not sold on that. But, just because it's not exactly what I think doesn't mean it won't happen. Wow. See me after market hours. Choose your fighter. That's kind of the mood today, eh? Breaking down off that structure shift. Here's a break of structure. That's going to be a lower low. Lower lows are not good. And what are we having with the market structure shift? Break of structure, both bearish. We have a bearish EMA reversal. Can we pair it with a key level breakdown? Just like we do on the way up, we do on the way down. Here's our order block. Here's our 200. Oh boy. That is a little bit of room to the downside. Puts will print. We know that. I'm not even going to pull it up. You guys don't care anyways. And of course, after today's stream, I'm live on Twitch for the rest of the night. And I'm also live on Twitch tomorrow morning, bright and early, because I do get up very early. I go to bed pretty early too, but obviously I'm up a little bit later than this. Watching movies, listening to music, playing games, getting some work done, checking out the stock, building some content for the different channels that we run, the Magic channel, right? And as well as this. Getting shredded, getting absolutely dominated, as one would expect of a bearish market structure shift, break of structure, EMA reversal, right, to the downside. You know this, though. You're a technical trader. You've been hanging out, paying attention, starting to understand how all of these things work together to direct price movement. We've got some areas of support we're going to look at here, but could relief rally our way down, right? Like nothing moves in one direction, right? Could see a reprieve and then, further retracement. Or maybe that's it. I don't know. You just, again, would manage your risk and act accordingly. The end of the day always gets quite volatile. Yeah, let's just run through the entire Discord today, too. No. Yes? GameStop didn't follow SPY on the way up. Let's see if we follow it on the way down. Didn't we follow it on the way up? GameStop didn't follow it on the way up. That's weird. Why do I see GameStop going up here? If it didn't go up, then why is it moving up? I understand it was down a little bit this morning, but this is probably residual. Very much just settlement from this. I think it acted fairly in accordance. Right, down a little bit in the morning. Then up a little bit in the afternoon. I wouldn't say it's an inverse relationship. If you're just joining in, it's probably a pretty decent time because I'm going to do my end of day recap soon. Just finishing this coffee, which I really shouldn't have, but here we are. Follow the Russell, no. Be like MWM, wouldn't it? Be like the small caps. IWM, sorry, what was I thinking? Yes, the Russell 2000, sure. Same page, different paragraph. I think so. We would be more likely to follow this, but then everybody goes, oh, with the ETFs. But classic knowledge would definitely say the IWM would be better. And then if there's anything we should talk about today, please don't hesitate. Let me know. I think I've kind of got everything wrapped up that we could go through, which is good. This is basically just saying that there is a cost to doing business, right? There's a cost to the warrants. There's a cost to shutting down, in France and Canada, and that's going to affect our projections. But, we can't just choose to ignore a cost, right? It still happened in this quarter. So it's still a cost for this quarter, and you don't just get to ignore it. So we'll talk about that a moment too, right? And then we'll talk about that being great. Watch some memes really quick. We'll try to maybe call bullshit on this too, but I've been wrong before. Kind of get that in there. And then put the memes together. And then the options chain, we want to kind of call out this, which is all in the Discord. And I kind of like actually running the Discord as like a journal, because then to recap the day, I can just like click through the Discord and it's got everything that I already want to mention. Like, you know, I don't have to go find this page. It's already like, I got it. So that's kind of cool. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Coffee in the hatch. 30 minutes left. This is perfect time for us to do that recap to close out today's stream. We'll do a stream closeout after, so don't worry. We're not when I say goodbye, it's for the YouTube video. It's not for the live here. I'll still be here and we can talk a little bit more, but I am going to start that process in just a moment. And I might do a couple of shots at it too. Like sometimes I will mix up my words, as one does, and I don't edit my videos. I just simply refuse to. So I'll take another take at it, you know, and that might happen a couple times until I get into the rhythm and complete the take that I'm confident with and comfortable, right? I'm sure you get the bloopers in real time. You know, I'm sure you'll be laughing. You ever seen Fun with Dick and Jane, where he gets brought in for the interview and then he kind of stumbles his words? I'm not sure where you're getting your thick. That's me. That's me. Great movie, by the way. If you've not seen Fun with Dick and Jane, check that out. The remake with Jim Carrey. Classic. Good comedy. Family fun. Okely dokely. Let's do this thing. Again, this is going to be brutal. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and thank you all so much for choosing to stop by, spend a little time with me talking about GameStop. Our favorite stock, is falling down a little bit post earnings drop, unfortunately. So we're kind of running the recovery program for everyone. Where does the momentum reset? Can we find another entry model, right? Because obviously we want to go long again. We had really good gains on our last entry model, up to 140% for everybody in the Discord and whoever's been watching the YouTube videos as well for free. I may mention. So may mention. See, just like that. I got to cut it. We got to restart. Brutal, right? This may take a couple tries. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and thank you for taking the time to stop by and chat about GameStop. We are recovering from our post-earnings gap down. Missing estimates, unfortunately, has caused a retracement, at which point we are monitoring now for another entry model. Of course, our last did up to 140% for everybody paying attention on the YouTube videos here, as well as the Discord, which is, again, free for all. You can find that, just Hello Good Game Linktree. Join the community Discord. This is for my Magic channel, but it'll still bring you to the correct place. And then Stonkadelphia is where we're at. And we've got a lot going on here today. I was up bright and early. What time did I post this morning? It's embarrassing. 4:02 a.m. I was up checking out what happened last night. So, we are on the pulse, right? Getting up early, putting in the work, making sure everybody is kind of set for the day, answering any questions, helping educate anyone on, anything that they may want to learn about or have any questions about, right? Doing some other plays just to keep the children fed, but we don't want to talk about that here. This is a GameStop video, even though, providing multiple 40% plays today, again, all for free in the Discord. Not necessarily doing it to get you to act on those plays, doing it to build myself as an authority figure within the space, so you trust me. So does know what he's doing, and we can come here to learn confidently. This isn't a waste of time, right? They're not just blowing hot air, chasing FTDs, and updating these weird spreadsheets, right? But taking tangible steps to create gains on their account and compound all of that, right? So you're just doing some education within that Discord today, talking about everything. You've got some people sharing GameStop related data here as well, which is really nice. And just kind of forecasting our way through that, sharing the live stream so you don't miss out on anything. And then into, our daily technical analysis, right? This is a little bit later in the day. I'm finishing up my day trades and I'm beginning to look at GameStop now. We failed our reversal yesterday, the reclaim, which was really bad. So I don't expect much today. Not a single time frame looks bullish. It is all super duper bearish, and nobody was really willing to accept that, but we bled down for the majority of the day. Where do we see, what's it look like for today? Okay, well, moving forward, we've got our support here at 4. We're looking for a reversal at 1. We need to invalidate the bearish order block at 2. And if things all go well, let's get above the 200 in the buy side, and maybe we can expand off of that for a full-fledged reversal. Talking about selling covered calls, people are looking for some guidance on that. Well, here's a paid risk profile through options play, which maybe not everybody has access to, and you can utilize the risk profile here in the bottom to maybe make some money in the short term. But you know what? I can recommend something better than just selling a covered call. Well, maybe it's a call vertical strategy where we're buying to open a 21 call, in the money, really nice for price improvement as we climb up, and selling to open a 25, right? So we're netting a little bit of premium here, getting a discount on our long call, which is great. I think a pretty decent strategy for the day. And well, why is that? Because if we look at the options chain, look at the call wall at 25, right? So this is resistance, right? Where we also have, pretty decent support at 20 for, helping us bounce up off of that. So buying a 21 has a lot of upside, and selling the 25 has very little risk of being called away, right? Because this is resistance. So I think that's a pretty decent play, handing that out to everybody as well. Technically speaking, on the 15-minute chart, we did set the reversal, right? So we were, saying, okay, here is our support on the 15-minute chart in the Discord this morning, way ahead of time, saying, we could retrace to this level. We did, literally almost to the cent, right? And now we're trying to set the reversal signal, at which point we need to invalidate the order block and reclaim the 200. And if things go well, then maybe we can challenge the buy side. If we get above that, then we're really, on the track to a quick reset post earnings fallback. And this is something that could potentially take some time because our last entry model, and I have to wait for an entry model, I can't just buy willy-nilly. We were waiting for days and days and days and days, and we thought we might have had it. Nope. We thought we might have had it. Nope. Waiting for days and days and days and days and days. Thought we might have had it. And at this point, I was kind of getting fed up with that. So we switched to the 30-minute, right? Just to smooth out those false breakups. And then when we do get it, our EMAs reverse, right? The 21 crosses the 50, pairing it with a key level breakout, the 200, holding trend line, and then invalidating this order block, right? That's going to convert it to a bullish breaker block and just classic entry model expansion up, right? So you can take really nice entries here on the options chain to magnify those profits. So instead of 10, 15%, you're getting 100, 150% on your gains if you act appropriately. Again, we're looking to repeat that process for you all, not only in the YouTube channel, but on the Discord as well. Of course, why wouldn't it reject, that next level we need? And again, this is why we are waiting. This could, like it did before, take days and weeks for that momentum to reset. We got to stay on the pulse. Once we get that 15-minute, then, we're looking at the 1 hour. Obviously, this is just setting its death cross, which is pretty brutal. And then the 4 hour, again, nothing good here. This is looking very bearish, and as does the 1 day. But just like we're getting the reversal on the 15-minute, right, and trying to set that, and just like we did before, so too will we roll that out from the 15-minute making sure it's super confirmed on the 30 right away. And then, it's the hour, 4 hour, 1 day, at which point, maybe we do get a bit of an extended run. And we're going to mark those resistant levels up as we go. But first and foremost, it's just dealing with what we have in the current moment. And, it's a lot of work to do, right? So at any point, we could have volume hit the ticker, right? We could have a volume anomaly. That's going to override everything, and away we go, right? So just low daily average volume. And then when the volume does hit, that's going to result in a high relative volume or a volume imbalance, which will send the stock harder than if it were to do so on, a bit of a higher average, right? That's just market mechanics, how it works for price movement. On that note, if we can clear this buy side, there's going to be a lot of short side stop losses resting just above it. Also, there will be a lot of limit buys just above it. So if we can clear this, we're going to be interacting with those, which would result in a continual expansion upwards. So looking pretty brutal, but, we're going to wait and see how things go. Flipping over to the kitty charts really quick. We mentioned this days ago, and this is why I was screaming, take those profits pre-earnings, because the 4 hour reversed off a double top, and we were on the 4 hour last reversal, right on the pulse, and we've seen how that unfolded, right? It was not a good time afterwards. We did make a little bit of a new high as we tried to reverse back, but eventually, momentum faded away, and then here we are again. So I know a lot of people were overhyping the 1 day reversal that we just had, and by all means, we could reverse on the 15-minute, roll it out right away within the next day or two, and then this is going to remain bullish. It's going to stop converging and diverge again. The signal line crosses the smoothing PMO, and away we go. But for now, not looking great. Mostly because that 4 hour has just set bearishly, which one would expect to hold for a bit of time, right? And that bit of time is going to pull the 1 day down, as it already has started to. Of course, we did call this out early, and I know a lot of people were continuing to hype it up, which I'm all for, but it just makes me nervous, right? Considering we see it fall apart here for us again. On that note, the RSI was also, way too high for anyone's good, which is where you take those profits, you scaling them out, just like we're scaling them in, sub 30. We want to be scaling them out plus 70, and that's just the way of things. Obviously, I would have liked the stock to have gapped up on earnings and continued to run. That would have been great. Unfortunately, the technicals were flashing momentum turnaround, and we did miss on earnings a little bit, which sent us down. On that note, collectibles on the news. CNBC reporting exploding collectibles market for the holidays, which, where do you think people are going to go buy those? Oh, it's GameStop. They're talking about StockX, which is another private company that's selling them and, doing really well for themselves. And if they are pushing a potential competitor to GameStop, that's probably pretty good news for us. Now, on that note, there are no publicly trading companies that you could say is a direct competitor to GameStop. You go to Walmart, you go to Best Buy. Is that really what you're doing? That's the whole thing? They're not selling a lot of Pokemon cards last time I checked. There's no PSA grading taking place there or anything. So the collectible company that is publicly traded has me quite interested, because a lot of these institutions may not want to participate in Series A funding or whatever it happens to be. They may want to go with a name that's maybe a little bit more positioned for them as an institution, which I would assume would be GameStop, as I think is the only one being publicly traded that really fits that collectible niche. Of course, if you have any others, let me know in the comments. 100 billion value. Woo! We don't have but a little piece of that pie and a lot of room to gobble it up, considering we're the number one player. It would appear to me anyways. So that's awesome. Ryan has a special announcement to start the day, which, what timeline am I in? Oh, let me unmute for you. Sorry, the volume is very important you hear this. It's in a corporate announcement.
love you guys.
Thanks, Ryan. That's exactly what I needed today to keep me up, going on my best.
That's mine. And
And, that,
I'm
and
gonna
that's
stick
and
beside
that's
him.
and that's what you're going to settle
I
for.
love you
I'm gonna stick
guys.
beside him.
Isn't that crazy? Shout out to Copium for doing some of the best memes today. He's been nailing it.
I love you guys.
Now that is art. I don't care what anyone says. That's as good as it's ever going to get. And, then we're okay. Big old Doritos. Everybody wants to be really bullish. My technicals are flashing bearish, but I would love for this massive triangle to break out to the upside. I imagine technicals were flashing bearish here as well. But the thing about that is they won't always. And at one point they're going to reverse. And when they do, we will be on the pulse because I'm chronically online, right? So here, even here in the 1 minute chart, today we were talking about this and broke this down on the YouTube live stream for everybody. Boom, reversal signal. Boom, key level breakout. Boom, trend retest. Boom, expansion. So even if, we are going to break out, right, in this long-term triangle, we will be on the pulse with an entry model that will give us exposure to the upside, which is fantastic, right? So playing it as is, taking it as it comes. Obviously, the 1 minute is kind of crazy, but that's where you're going to see it first, and then rolling it out, obviously, to the 15 minutes, which is where I prefer to hang out. But the entry model and the technicals remain the same, and this is super duper important if you're a beginner trader to master. It's a very good baseline to hit off of, very consistent. And then the options chain, we were going through that today as well in the Discord. I think I already talked about that, where there's this massive volume at 25, probably acting as resistance into January. The 20 most likely acting as support. If we can clear that, then the 25s become support and the 30s become resistance. Wouldn't we love that? But if I was a market maker, I would be getting these absolutely burnt up in the oven. Moving forward, post OPEX, after the 16th, that's where a lot of this pressure is relieved, and then maybe they let it run a little bit, right? So I would expect that moving forward, and that's, again, a big reason why we're buying 21s, selling 25s for a vertical call strategy in the interim. Join the community Discord. Link is there. I think I kind of talked about everything that I could possibly mention today. The interest rate was cut. That is bullish for GameStop. It's bullish for the broader market. We are challenging all-time highs here, which is really impressive. So let's just buckle up and see where this gets us. I mean, Ryan's thing, as bearish as I'd like to be, this is ultra bullish. Ryan's squeeze filter is bullish as far as tinfoil goes. And then the triangle is super bullish as well. Even though my indicators, and I am currently, leaning to a bearish area, it's going to change, and I'll be right here to let you know when it does. So thanks for watching. Leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe to the channel, share me out to your communities, but most importantly, have an amazing day, and I will see you soon in the next. Fucking nailed it, dude. That wasn't so bad, right? And then you guys on YouTube are like, oh, that's what's happening today. Yeah, Ryan posted that. That's...
I love you guys.
Oh my God, here's my Discord link. And then we're hanging out in Stonkadelphia. Of course, I play Magic. I'm a Magic the Gathering player, okay? I'm a bit of a nerd. That's why he can do this. Oh, I get it. And you're just hanging out in here for you guys every day. So, what? We got 8 minutes left. We're still trading. 1 sec. It's so hot in here. Oh, ouch. That was almost a lethal electrocution. I just got zapped aggressively from my mic. So, video filmed, which is awesome. That's a big part of my afternoon. It's like, oh man, I gotta get back on and film a video. After 4 hours of talking about this company already, this is crazy, man. But if we start to do it to close out the video, not only do all of you get a really good recap, but I also kind of, two birds with one stone, which is great. Again, I'm here all December long, no matter what. Weekdays, 12 to 4 Eastern. If we can get 100 viewers, it's easy, 100 viewers. We have 24. We should be able to get 100 by the end of the month. If we can, I'm going to do it full time. Then you get to live with me forever. I'm just going to be here until GameStop squeezes. We will be best friends. So yeah, just like share the community out to your own communities, wherever you're hanging out. It should be pretty easy. Now, I hate to be that guy to poach other viewers from different communities, but if you want me to stick around, it's got to be worth my time. So we want at least 100 viewers. And then that's going to give me, a reason to stick around and then build it from 100 to 1,000. So, cheers. Thank you all so much. We're going to finish out today here with the last 5 minutes of trading. And I'm back tomorrow morning bright and early if you need anything. Like, I was up at 4 a.m. in the Discord. 4 a.m. And I'm not charging for the Discord. I see a lot of people, we're going to give away one Discord and everybody else has to pay $500 to get in. Come on. If you're a successful trader, let them in for free. Let them make money if you're a successful trader. They should be able to replicate your trades if you're that good. And then, wouldn't they be grateful and come back and donate? So why charge them on the front end? Unless you're not that good of a trader. I don't know. I don't want to say it. You just did, bro. Not us, though. We're killing it. What is this? Plus 42%? Easy. No problem for you guys. I think we did another one today, didn't we? This was Heartbeam. We were also playing Black Titan. Look at this one. I don't have a percentage here, but I guarantee you it was fat. It was much higher than this, and this was 43, and we're selling at the gap, not at 7. We're selling at 9, 10. So, that's probably like a 70% play. And then, just the other day, we had these GameStop options. These are up 140% on the high, I'm giving entries. I'm giving guidance while we're in the play. This is what you need to look for. You might need to get out, and if this is what you'll do when that happens, or what will happen to make that, need to take place. This is your take profit levels. This is when you want to scale out, pull it out, confirm profits, leave lottos, I could not be doing a better job. So this should have no problem, kind of growing a successful audience, this is a decent watering hole. And, thank you guys for being a part of it. Like I said, would not be happening without all of you, just like the whole GameStop thing. Like, this is truly a communal effort. So, I'm happy to give back to it. You're right. The community of Super Stonk, oddly enough, and GameStop, they provided so much. And, if I can repay just a small fraction of that, that's going to be fantastic. And then, you guys can maybe learn a little bit and then pay it forward as well. And, we all just come away winners with classic campsite rules, right? Leave something better than when you came upon it, all right? And, so I think that's probably it for the day. GameStop, just chilling. We'll give it 3 minutes. We'll definitely not smoke weed for the last 3 minutes. That's not what that is it? No. Yes, but those were not options. So if GameStop is moving pre-market, you can still sell your common or like scalp commons and your warrants. But this was, I'm in here talking about, what was this, Heartbeam Incorporated? Black Titan Corp. So these were different companies that I was trying to demonstrate entry models. Because it's just about showcasing authority, right? I can do this every day successfully. You should hang out here. It's just me showboating. Successfully so. I'm not saying you got to take these plays. When I want you to take a play, I'll let you know. I'll say, buy this fucking contract or buy one like it. Make up your mind. Here's your risk profile, right? Just like that person was doing the covered calls. I'll share you, and then you could choose. You don't have to buy the same contract as me or whatever, but you can, use this little matrix here to choose your option, right? I'll give you a GameStop entry. Don't worry. These other entries are just to demonstrate that I actually do know what I'm doing. And then when I do give you an entry, still just watch, right? Just like a lot of people watched last time, because I don't want anyone ever getting hurt. So build the confidence, right? Fuck, where is that? It was days ago now. Holy shit. God damn. I might separate these rooms too. So one's specifically GameStop and then the other one's just broader knowledge. But I even forget what I was going to say. I'll give you good entries here, right? And you can just watch, just like people watched this time. And I'm referencing this for all of you. And again, I've been doing this in the Discord for years. Like this chat goes way up. And then before that, it was just in my main chat. Like if you really wanted to search, it would just be an off topic. Been doing this for years and years and years and years. Long time. Just demonstrating it, over and over again. Like, look at these profits, 67%, 111, 177, 149, 39. I will do that again and again and again and again, because it's how I fucking feed myself. And you can feed yourself too, right? So, I've been here doing it for my Magic community for a long time, right? Really, really long time. And, I'm welcoming everybody else aboard, right? Just mostly because I'm tired of Super Stonk selling out of the money calls that turn red and people lose. But there's like a clear pattern that you can repeat. Sell calls on high IV, buy calls on low IV. Sell calls on high IV, buy calls on low, and just this fucking wave pattern or the thump pattern will repeat until it doesn't. And I'm pretty sure that day's never going to happen. So yeah, before this, and I guess this is there too if you really want to learn. Boom, learning to trade with Hello Good Game right at the top. And you can start practicing. Then you can learn what I'm doing and learn all the different technicals that I'm using, all my different indicators, how to add them to your chart, how to understand and utilize them. We've been around. Nothing too crazy, of course, but, I think as good as anyone's ever going to get for free. Oh, you don't know. No. You don't need to be up. Sleep in. GameStop holders, they sleep like babies. You guys don't need to be up. I am though, right? I am chronically online. Sometimes I have I was up earlier than that. I was like, no, don't get up. Got to go back to bed. You can't get up and start trading yet. And I think that's, why I'm so decent at it is because I'm obsessive. Like I am online figuring this out, and I am obsessed with GameStop as well. So, doing it. And within Magic, if you're unfamiliar, I'm a #1 Mythic rank player, 13 months plus in a row. I gave up because, why continue to hold a championship that long? It gets boring, right? Not world championship, but arena ranked, so we hit #1 first every season, which is, it's an impressive achievement nonetheless. It's we have quite a bit of consistency at our backs and conviction in our skill set. And we're going to demonstrate that to you guys, all month long, right? So yeah, you don't need to get up. You can chill, and then, but like when you do get up, you can, check in the Discord. Oh, what did I miss? And then, maybe there's some like this probably will be there, like just like a daily plan. And obviously we can come up with things that you get, like, if you like the daily plan, I can post the daily plan. If you want a morning watch list or like, I don't know. This is all very much happening in the moment and can be whatever everyone wants it to be. I live to serve, Shout outs to our data. I appreciate that. Anyone sharing GameStop-based data, thank you. Thank you. And again, the other trades I'm making are to demonstrate entry models, to demonstrate the importance of risk management and scaling out, just to help educate you. You know, a lot of people are going to push, you know, I call them like, wild goose chase. And that's what it seems like for me is, you know, oh, we're tracking FTDs and all these EFT refillments. And if it works out to you, please get back to me. But as far as I'm concerned, that is a giant waste of time, you know, and you could be directing your time into learning technical analysis, to learning entry models, to learning risk management, and applying those things to compound gains. But no, we're, you know, okay, I got to track ETF refillment, and there's the FTDs, and the swap cycles are coming, and it's just like, do you really know what you're doing? That's crazy to me. So I honestly hope that one of these individuals can figure it out, and hopefully I've not been such a dick that they're still willing to educate me, because I understand, giant douchebag, nobody's ever going to spend time teaching me anything, and that's why I've had to do it myself, right? Thank you for watching. Have a magical day. I'll see you guys in tomorrow's live stream, right? We're going to be back bright and early, and same time on YouTube here. Take care of yourselves.